Welcome to what has become a fairly regular routine of Monday/Tuesday puzzles. We're going to begin this stream by looking at Funked, who is a creator in the puzzle scene who had recently come recommended and who has a 9-level super world that is apparently all one screens. So we'll just begin by taking a look at that, and we'll see how many we get through in a reasonable amount of time. We've got, of course, lots of other content coming up after that may have spilled over from previous weeks, but also some new codes that will hopefully fit in if time permits. So, let's begin. Okay, Super Funked World is going to begin right in the pit of fire. It really shows me, in fact, how rarely I actually see Super Worlds have an opening screen that is on top of the lava or castle world. And we have a starting bank of 15 lives. That's not going to matter too much, I don't think, but we'll see about the nature of these puzzles and how depth-inflicting they are. Puzzle Thwompy 1-1. So it does look like this world and its constituent elements were kind of custom tailored for the world format. Magikoopa, as soon as you hit a P switch, is going to be able to fire a projectile. I am looking at the jump block over there, and I believe the projectile from the Magikoopa will probably hit the axe and make it disappear, and so we'll eventually have to see about destroying it. Notice also we start with a 300-second limit, which is kind of unusual for puzzles, but in the case of this one, may actually be a help. Now, looks like we'll need to bust this open, which of course may require some Magikoopa projectiles. And busting it open, looks like we have a POW block that's sitting on top of some kind of safe surface. We would eventually want to have some kind of additional object that goes under the key door. Don't know yet which direction the Thwomp goes. Looks like it's probably right, but the Thwomp logic on tracks, I think, is sometimes unclear to me. We may have to dislodge it from the track. I believe this might just activate... No, it doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. That it kind of got dragged. I think it probably just landed on top of the Thwomp and eventually got dragged off, but I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I believe the first interaction here must just be hitting the P, and that the Magikoopa will just have to do its business from there. Because until then, I don't see what else is going to happen. So yeah, it's going to hit the key, as expected. It is not going to disappear the axe. I guess that's a flagpole interaction only. But having the key here isn't necessarily going to help. Oh, I see. I see. The Thwomp is going to destroy the cloud blocks. But only in that location, which is odd. I wonder how that works, actually. I wonder how it works that the Thwomp is constrained to that position. I think it's probably something to do with the ground tiles up top. That when you have the ground tiles up top creating a collision, the Thwomp refuses to drop. And you can kind of see that from the spacing there, although there is a 4-wide spacing here. So I wonder why the Thwomp doesn't have a valid drop location. But anyway, we know that that's what's going to happen. We furthermore know that Magikoopa is going to transform the block into a key. Doesn't really matter, I don't think, which object he decides to send down. Other thing I can do is, of course, drop in through the top door, which might be interesting because of the Thwomp's initial location. So, for example, you go through here, and the Thwomp comes through. You'd be able to probably hit... Oh, I see. I'd want to get the Thwomp over there, I was about to say, but I wasn't exactly sure what the safe triggering position was going to be. But you can see that the thwomp is actually obstructed from this drop location while the on-off state is set to off. Or on, rather. Once the on-off state is set to off, then the removal of the obstruction in the top left is what permits the thwomp to come down here and bust open a door. Notice, however, that it is going to die against a POW when it does that. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reset through this location to reset the thwomp. Actually, yeah, no, I do want to do that. I don't want to hit the P-switch just yet because I need it in order to access the door. Otherwise, I would be activating it already for the Magic Koopa to come and give me the key. So now, we should be able to drop the thwomp on the left side when we stand over here. And we'll just get out of the way when it does that. So yeah, fairly simple introductory concept then, because what's going to happen now is I can get the Magic Koopa to give me the key. Very helpful panel here. The thwomp, of course, just struck the POW through the one-way panel. I'm going to hit the P. Magic Koopa will give me the key, and it looks like that's pretty much going to be it. And then we hit the goal. Love that final drop of the thwomp at the end that comes with the axe activation. I think that's something that really does put a bit of a finishing touch to this, even if it is just part of what usually happens upon completion. Let's take a look at what's next. Looks like sound is dead already, so that's, of course, one thing that we always check for near the beginning of the stream. So one moment while we get that fixed up very quickly. That's okay, at least we don't have any critical audio clues just yet. But that's why we kind of get things going early to see what's happening. Oh, we don't really need lives yet, but that'll be helpful at some point if we really want to crash against a baseball game. Let's take a look at part 2. So this is Thwompy 1-2, and now we have to reach the goal while holding the P-switch. This is very similar to the first puzzle, except of course activation of the P-switch is what is required to get through this door. So not only do we need a P-switch active, we need the second P to be carried through. And we also need to think about the on-off activations now in terms of the Y junctions. We should also think about the P-switch as unblocking the yellow block. Now the question is whether the yellow block contains anything, like a vine that allows it to reset, or if it's something that's going to be destructible by the P. As you can see, it is destructible by the P. There are no POWs that would drop it as a coin, but turning it into a coin, well, while the P-switch is active, the block over there would become activated and the thwomp would not be able to drop. But if you do the up throw and then activate the thwomp down here, then it should be able to come through cleanly without any obstruction. So, that seems like the thing that this puzzle is mainly involved in teaching. Okay, it's going to destroy the mushroom as well, but respawning through this room may respawn the mushroom depending on whether it is actually spawning in this location. I was not completely clear on that. However, the thwomp should now be able to make it through the next track upon its initial activation, assuming that we know how to reset this room, which will require pressing 1P in order for the Magic Koopa to give us the key initially. Once we do that, I should be able to do a P jump followed by a key door entry. Oh, let's get over here. That's going to give me a key, and that's going to give me the P as a surface. Okay, so that's fairly simple. I think now we do the interaction I described earlier, which is we will send the thwomp down in this location by up throwing. Maybe a little higher than that. And the Thwomp should destroy this as well as hit the on-off switch. If my positioning is correct. And it is. So, same idea. We have to hit a P-switch. Interestingly enough, though, yeah, the key's already been activated, so that's not an issue. Looks like what we need now, though, is for a P-switch to remain active, but then we still need 2 P-switches. I think. Because if we jump on top of this one, we can't actually enter the door. So for example, yeah, that misses. I think we actually need to come back through here for an additional loop while the P-switch is active, and then we grab 2 switches and then go. Seems a little bit speed dependent, but if we're already holding 1 switch, I should be okay. So let me just get the Thwomp out of here first. Yeah, on-off state shouldn't matter at that point, I don't think. Just need to be a little bit more careful about positioning. But we'll just let that come down. Mushroom doesn't seem consequential yet. We'll hit 1, grab the key. Okay. Whoops. Reset through here. And same idea as before. Up throw here. Hello, Taldir. Welcome. Okay, that's going to be done. Now, here's the idea that we have. I want to grab this P in advance so I don't have to do as much running around. I want to then enter this door, and then I want to get 1 P underneath the P door right away, and then carry the other P through. This is going to be slightly timing dependent. Oh, no. I need the Thwomp to activate first. Once the Thwomp has activated 1 switch, then we take... Okay. That might be a bit time dependent. Yeah, because I'd want to probably just step on the switch. I do want 1 P to be active. Off state is probably fine here then, so let's go through here once more. After we have stomped on 1 P. We want the P switch active and then we want to double loop. Nope. That was a mistake. Let's start this one over. Just for simplicity. I'm pretty sure I understand it at this point. Not sure about that mushroom still. Hello, Advert. Welcome. Okay, stomp on 1 P switch. Let this tap. Yeah, Advert, hope everything has been well on your end. I'm doing well. We've just gotten started. This is the Puzzle World by Funked, which I hadn't tried before, but which was recommended to me. So, yeah, we're currently on part 2, which is kind of a variation of the puzzle in part 1. So it's a 9-level super world. That's all one-screen puzzles, as far as I know. Okay, so let's do the toss over here as soon as the Thwomp comes over. Drop this guy. Now here's the tricky bit. Yeah, I want the Thwomp to get out of the way, and so I want to make sure I set back to the off state first, I think. Because otherwise, this area is going to be a pain. Toadette is the best at puzzles out of 4. We'll see if that's true, starting with the next attempt. So thank you for that request, Aldir. And we'll just manage requests quickly. And Mamuga, welcome. Yes, we are indeed doing puzzles. And later on, I'll be showing a solution to one of the puzzles we didn't finish last week, but I would like to get through as much as we can of this puzzle world first. So. And yeah, Mamuka, hopefully you're able to actually watch my stream this time. I know it had broken on you at least once before. Okay, so I want to minimize the amount of time that's going to be spent doing this whole interaction while the P-switch is active, because I need one switch active, but then I need two Ps, one under the door, one to carry with me. And so we need to be really pretty quick here, I think. And in order to be quick, it isn't really going to matter which one I activate. I need to go here right away. And then through we go, and that's a clear. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I need the mushroom. Okay, so I do need the mushroom. That's not something I expected. Yeah, I do need a mushroom, otherwise I get sniped here, because if you watch very carefully, when you spawn into this room, something spawns directly over to P-door here, so I just wasn't watching that at all. And so we will need to get the mushroom by the end of this interaction, for sure. And we'll just need to keep that in mind. And in order to grab the mushroom, we need everything to be on the on state, and we need to not activate the thwomp while we're doing it. Oh, let's wait for the thwomp. Yeah, we need to spawn in with the on state then, but we need to not drop the thwomp. And that's okay, I think I know how to do that. Yeah, the mushroom comes out there right away. And now this is actually a slight problem because the mushroom is just rolling away. And I don't have a good way to get it. Now here's the thing, does the mushroom spawn at all if you are in the off state? I think it's actually spawning directly on top of the on-off switch, which is a problem. I think then what needs to happen is I need the thwomp to cut through here without cutting all the way back down to the mushroom, except that's going to be a problem because it does need to activate the on-off switch, so this is an unexpected wrinkle in our process. Yeah, the mushroom definitely spawns right on top of this location, but now if you unblock it, it just rolls away. So, for example, we'll drag the thwomp down here once more. Now if we kill it, then what happens? Nothing, because when we respawn, it's just going to spawn in. However, we can kill the thwomp by using the P-switch while it is in the top right, if we are spawning in here using the on state. So, whoops, just a mistake. Just for simplicity, we should probably restart, but let me just prop this in here to show off what I mean. So watch the goal axe, you'll notice that there's fire that spawns there right at the beginning, which is why we can't just get in there without the mushroom. So let's try this once again with the on state. I think I need to deal with the mushroom at the very beginning of the level, while it still has an opportunity to be trapped by clouds. In fact, yeah, I might need to deal with it just at the very start, but here's the interaction that we're looking for, is that we would kill the thwomp. No, we wouldn't actually. The P block doesn't interact because it isn't in the tracks world. However, if the thwomp drops off the tracks, we should be able to do it. If it starts to drop and then we hit the P-switch right away, I think that actually gets to kill. But that doesn't solve the mushroom problem, so... Yeah, it is a fishbone, now that I look at it. That's a good observation, that's what's falling into the fire. So yeah, I need the thwomp to not destroy the mushroom until we have had a chance to see it. Which is going to be tricky, I think, because that would mean that we need to not destroy the hard block that is on the right side. Now, how can we not destroy the hard block that is on the right side? I think the right idea is actually to throw the P-switch over. and have the thwomp crash against it. I don't know if the big thwomp actually crashes all the way through, though, if we do that. So, for example, let's have it activate. Oh, whoops, that's a mistake. Oh, however, if we hit the P-switch like this, we can do it. Okay, no, that's the way to do it. I understand now. That's easy. Okay, we solved the mushroom problem, so we solved the puzzle. Except, while the P-switch is active the first time, we need the Magic Koopa to zap the key. So we do have the solution now. Yeah, just hadn't thought about the trivial thing of going through here. And of course, yeah, while the P-switch is active, the thwomp is unable to come down here because its drop location is blocked. So, we just need to be fairly quick about getting over here so the Magic Koopa zaps the key. And then we need the thwomp to come down here once the P-switch has deactivated in order to switch the on-off state. And then we are through. So now that we're through, we are able to do the up throw here, so we don't actually need a second P-switch for that just yet. We'll wait for the thwomp, and then we will release it. So, pretty interesting little edge case interaction here between the tracks logic and the off-tracks obstructions. Okay. So that's fine. Now that we are in the on state, I need the P-switch to be active. If the P-switch is active, the thwomp should not drop down the right side. Then I quickly grab a P on the right side. No, I don't even need to do that. I think I can just carry this P through directly. No, I need one P activation and then I need to go through. Okay. I have to be quick about this. Okay. Natcat, welcome. And that's a solution. Perfect timing, Natcat, just as we managed to get the clear. So yeah, we're currently on part 2 of 9 of the Puzzle World. And thank you so much for the GGs. And let's take a look at the next part. If anyone wants the maker code for this Puzzle World, let me just put it in the chat quickly. And if anybody wants to ask for it later, I can also just repeat it. So that's the maker code I'm playing right now. This is Funked. And 11 lives, we can live with that for now, I think. Considering how many restarts we're doing anyway, the life pool doesn't seem to matter too much. So let's just get back in here, and that's going to be Thwompy Part 3. Now we need to defeat the Magic Koopa, so let's see what kind of variation there is on the concept that we have seen already. A very interesting way to use each of these successive puzzles to teach you the concept for the next variation, so you kind of already have some of the toolset that you need. I was already thinking when I went to the map screen over the lava that it was oddly reminiscent of Baba Is You. And I think that's even truer now that I see these kind of incremental variations in the puzzle. Let me check one thing. P-switch throw against on-off? Yeah, that works. And so if the thwomp winds up on this track and I have a P-switch activation, then the thwomp comes down and destroys the clouds. The object is going to be to destroy the Magic Koopa, which will require a POW activation once we are through the door. Once we are through the door, a POW activation is going to drop the bomb. The bomb is going to explode. But a Magic Koopa might still be on top of one Muncher, I think. Although, maybe the bomb explosion range will be enough to kill Magic Koopa because they are both going to drop by one stack, and Magic Koopa is going to be within that one tile radius. The bomb drop should not kill me, I don't think, because I'll be at a knight's move away from its activation location, which is when it makes contact with the lava. So the idea will be to carry the POW block through the key door when we are all finished, and we toss the POW block once we are in the key door, and that should do it. Okay. Meanwhile, we need to do the two things that we know about already, which is we need the Thwomp Drop on this side, we need the Thwomp Drop on the other side. We know the Thwomp Drop is not going to happen while we have 4 tiles that are still obstructed, which is kind of interesting because then I don't know how we get the Thwomp to drop because these are ground tiles. And Momuga, you saw me get fishboned? Yeah, that's I hope reasonably satisfying. Interestingly enough, this store here will take me into this store and is not going to do a thing except provide a reset for the main room. But the reset for the main room might be interesting. Because the P spawns directly under the door. So whenever we do a reset through this door, it's going to have an immediate P activation. I don't know what that affects. Because currently, I'm not sure how we can get the Thwomp sufficient space to do this drop here. Because it is still considered obstructed. So that's a problem that we'll have to solve. But that's a problem we can solve when we reset the puzzle, because we need to get the Thwomp to strike the right side. So let's do a series of on-off activations over here first, just to get it on the appropriate track. And notice that we can switch it between tracks as much as we want. Okay, P-switch activation is going to allow the Thwomp to drop. And that's going to revert. Notice that the POW activation would drop the coin. And if you drop the coin, notice that too, the POW activation does confirm that the bomb drop does kill the Magikoopa as we predicted. So now that we've cleared the coin away, we do not need a P-switch activation in order to get a Thwomp drop on the right side. I don't know what that affects either. We'll see. Because maybe that will eventually get me the solution to how to cut through here. In the meantime, though, we've kind of destroyed everything, and we can't progress. I don't think. So I don't want to just hit the POW like that. I do still need the POW to at least get through the door and do a bit of a reset. So, yeah, still just don't know about this side over here. That seems to be an unsolved problem. But I wonder, because we can't unblock the ground blocks, I wonder if there's something else we can do to reposition the Thwomp. And we'll have to see about that. But for now, we'll just do that. And I wonder if the coin is actually reachable for me. I don't think it is. Okay, no. But POW now allows me to reset through here. And that really isn't going to improve my position, though. That just resets the whole puzzle back to where it was before. Except, of course, we now have POW access while the P-switch is active. Not sure how that's going to help. Oh, interesting that I destroyed the POW because of the yellow turn block timing there. Interestingly enough, though, that sort of implies that you're allowed to kill the Thwomp, except that's not going to do much for me here because I still need it to come down. So that's the current problem that we're working with, is how do we do the Thwomp drop in this location? Excellent timing, yep, excellent timing. Notice, too, that I can just reach this on-off switch with a run. So I don't need an object throw or anything. That's interesting, because it implies that I should... no, I'm one block down for that. But it implies that if I had the POW block, I could just collect the coin, I think. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, that is reachable, but just barely. It should mean that I can get a win-win range for the coin collection. So let's play around with that in case that becomes relevant. I don't think that'll necessarily become relevant. But yeah, let's just... I mean, we can do this for row. I don't think we need to. Okay, it's going to cut through. Oh, except now I don't have the cloud blocks to do that as I wanted, but I am able to collect that. So if I reset through here, even after the expiry of the P-switch, everything is now open to me to play with. Except I don't have a way to come back here while activating the P. So the question now is, do we have some kind of way to maneuver the Thwomp? And I'm not yet sure that we do. Because I need the Thwomp to come down here somehow. Possibly there's some kind of interaction that will allow me to, well, not that, but there's some kind of interaction that will allow me to maybe reposition it and knock it off track. I don't know what that is yet. It's not going to be something based on the track layout here, I don't think, unless there's a way to have it, you know, spit off the track and not land. In which case it would just go down. So yeah, this is a challenge right now. How do I destroy this thing here? And I don't quite see what the answer to that will be just yet. So yeah, you can see that when you only have a 4-tile gap between ground blocks, that completely prevents the Thwomp from dropping. Interestingly enough, yeah, you got a 4-tile gap here. Thwomp drops okay when the P-switch is active, but that's because there's no ground block past the screen boundary, so that's kind of important to remember. The use of the reset to immediately activate a P-switch, I don't quite know what that is useful for yet. But I haven't gone through there while the state is off, have I? Because if I go through there while the state is off, doesn't that create some complications with the Thwomp positioning? Let's do this just to quickly see what's going to happen. We might as well just pop this the easy way. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, the Thwomp should drop on top of me and kill me, by the looks of it. Yeah, let's not try that, necessarily. And of course, if you come down here with the P-switch, you immediately get the coin. Or get the key, rather. We still haven't solved this problem. And I wonder if the idea is that we need the Thwomp to come down but not hit the on-off switch to kill itself. That if the Thwomp actually comes down, we can get it to reset to a favorable position. I'm not sure about how that's going to work, though, because it's not like the Thwomp is going to have any side movement after that. So yeah, this one I just don't know about yet. Interestingly enough, we don't need the P-switch activation necessarily if we want that to remain available. So that's one thing we haven't done yet, is to see what happens if we just preserve the P-switch. Because here's something interesting that happens if we preserve the P-switch but have access to the POW. Then we can put the POW here in this location and go through the door while carrying the P-switch. If we go through the door while carrying the P-switch, that might do something interesting for us. It means, for one thing, that we can reset back here while keeping the P-switch alive. So that's And import it. Whoops. Okay, Thwomp is going to get into that position. But if the Thwomp stayed in that position while the coin was still there, then the coin would kill the Thwomp. However, if we find some way to constrain it, then maybe we can do something. And man, welcome. Hope you are enjoying the Feeny emotes. Very recognizable Feeny emotes. If I throw to POW, does it kill all the Munchers? No, it only unstacks the Munchers by 1. That's the usual POW logic. But that's okay. You don't actually need to unstack both Munchers under the Magikoopa, because unstacking 1 will still... it'll drop both the bomb and the Magikoopa. The bomb explodes as soon as it hits the lava, and the blast radius will kill the Magikoopa. So the end state of this puzzle is to carry the POW through the key door, and once you go through the key door, you fire the POW, and then that should clear everything. So, yeah. Let me just go back to the interaction that we had previously. Tap this. Come through here, get the P out of the way, get the Thwomp out of the way, and now we're doing fine, because here's what we are now allowed to do. I'm allowed to come through here with the P-switch, and if I come through here with the P-switch, then this happens. That I'm allowed to go back while not dropping on top of the P-switch for another interaction. Now then I need to think, why would I not want to drop the P-switch, and why am I still having issues here? Because right now I just don't see a way to drop the Thwomp here yet. And we'd need some way to drop it. Well, I mean, here's one thing we can do. We can just make it come back here with the switch in the appropriate state. Except, of course, hitting this is going to send it back. Okay. I was hoping to lure the Thwomp down this way without killing it. Now, one way to do that without killing it... I don't know about that. Yeah, so it's the drop logic here that I don't get, because right now it's completely obstructed and I don't have any mechanism for manipulating the ground blocks whatsoever. Now, one thing that might have some potential is if I'm able to just obtain the bomb, really, but that's obviously not going to happen while the key door exists. One possible thing is whether the Magikoopa is able to fire a shot that comes all the way over here and unblock it. So let's say the Magikoopa gives me a key. Yeah, it should be... no, it hits the ground tile. Yeah, I've forgotten... Magikoopa missiles are just going to crash against the ground tile, so never mind that. That's not going to work. Now, if there's some other way I can dislodge the Thwomp, say by doing a POW toss underneath, maybe. Anyway, Taldir, no worries about having to leave. Glad you could come for even a little bit. Yeah, I need to find some way to maneuver the Thwomp down without killing it. But I just need to shift it down a tile or something. But it's not going to remain on a track, though. I don't think there's a way I could just adjust the Thwomp position that's on the track. That's the issue I'm currently facing. No way to free the Magikoopa? I don't see why you would want to do it. Its only purpose is to give you the key and to eventually die, because that's the condition. It does kind of seem implied. Actually, no. You have a point there. That if the Magikoopa is able to warp, that solves a number of problems, because if it's able to warp out, then that's able to zap all this here. So you actually do have a good observation there, that if we find some way to do that, then we might be set. I'm not sure that we can find some way to do that because of the bomb placement, and also the fact that the Magikoopa is latched above 2 munchers. That even if we destroy the lower stack, the Magikoopa is still going to be on a second stack. And so no, I don't see a way to free it without killing it. It would have been nice to make it warp, but I don't see how. Anyway, yeah, let's just go back to the interaction that we've been seeing so far then. Just come back over here. Same idea as before. Yeah. If I can get the Thwomp to survive, that would be great. So for example, if I manage to collect the coin, one way I would be able to do that is by, for example, doing a P-stack here. Well, I mean, while it's in a coin state, never mind. But yeah, okay, let's reset through here. And yeah, Momuga, if you have an idea, as long as it's not a massive, massive spoiler, which I know can sometimes be a bit hard to tell, but if we grab the coin over there, then we come back and do another reset. The issue is this, is that once we lose access to the P-switch, we can just never get it back. Because the only way to reset it just continues to reactivate the P-switch constantly. However, if we just do a quick activation over here, we don't want the POW to be below the Thwomp because that runs into all kinds of issues. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't catch. That's interesting. Because if the Thwomp is going back this way, and then you do that double activation where it fails to land on this track, then maybe it kind of cuts something interesting. Actually, no, because if you get the Thwomp to actually fall, then yes, it comes to the bottom track. Bottom track, you'll notice that if it has a hard end to it, it has an open end here. So if the Thwomp falls into this track, it will actually keep coming up, back and forth. Then the question after that is how to reposition it such that it's going to come over here. But I can absolutely see what's going to happen, because, yeah, we just showed off how to do a quick double activation here that would allow the Thwomp to drop. So let me just start over so we can see that the easy way with the P-switch, so I don't have to toss the POW around or do any really careful jumps. Let's just see what the interaction is going to be so I know how the Thwomp positioning is going to go. Let's not trap it there. And come down here. Thwomp goes up. And that's not going to be too helpful from here because it's not a side Thwomp, but that's clearly something. That's clearly something. We want to do that somehow. And I'm not sure how to reposition the Thwomp from there, but we can continue doing some on-off action, perhaps. Oh, here's something interesting. So, Whoops. No, that's not what I was trying to show off. Notice how the thwomp overlaps with the ground tiles. I wonder if this is sort of an edge case scenario with the Magikoopa logic, where the Magikoopa projectile dies when it hits the ground block. But if the thwomp is overlapping, does the Magikoopa projectile go through the thwomp? Let's find out. Let's find out, because that would be a really interesting interaction. I didn't know that the thwomp on a track would take priority over ground tiles. And that's something that I think is actually an idea, because there's no way to reposition a thwomp further from there. But one thing it does do is give you an overlap that might be a safe passage for Magikoopa to do its thing. So let's just activate the P-switch. Magikoopa is going to give me the key, and let's look at the next projectile. Look at that. Look at that. That's it. And look at that. We even get a mushroom. Except we need to kill the Magikoopa, which requires me to grab the POW. I'm going to try this. Nope. Never mind. Okay, we need to start over in order to get the POW in the first place, but... yeah, that's really, really cool, actually. It's always nice when puzzles teach me new things. I feel like I have not seen that concept ever, using an unblocking piece on a track to create safe passage for the Magikoopa. I feel like that's something that is an idea that can probably be stolen for some kind of interesting platforming. That's part of why we do puzzle research, right? Is that it teaches lots of potential platforming mechanics as well. And just lots of little tricks with the engine that you wouldn't really necessarily think of by yourself. No, we don't want to do this yet. I want to grab the POW first. So let me just get the Thwomp over here. Whoops, no. That was a mistake. Your only idea was to put the Thwomp down. Yeah, I got that idea myself as well as soon as I saw how the Thwomp was falling off the track going this way. So you were slightly ahead of me there, and that was well spotted. So yeah, let's get over here. Let's get the P-switch out of the way. Get the Thwomp down here. This will now open up permanent access to the POW. In order to kind of keep my current position in the puzzle, I'm just going to do the safe thing here and go through holding the P-switch. So we don't need to worry too much about things that happen during the reset. Now we can do the P-switch activation, and now we can take the POW through safely, I think. Let's position the POW first, so I don't have to worry about it too much in terms of jumping over the Thwomp. I don't want to die to jumping over the Thwomp, basically. Let's just put the POW over here, nice and safe, I hope. Yeah, nice and safe location. There we go. Now let's drop the Thwomp the way we did previously. And that should do it. Okay. Now we hit the P-switch. That'll give me the key. That will also give me the next projectile in a moment. And okay, good, that will actually happen. We come through here, we toss the POW. There we go. And Mamuga, you're actually still ahead of me with that bird dog puzzle that we never actually finished with the flying POW. I still haven't solved that one, but I haven't really looked at it. But yeah, sometimes, especially when you have a very lean number of elements to work with, it can be very easy to just lock yourself into a pattern of thinking. You know what? Let's do the baseball game. If it is the baseball game. It might not be. Okay. You know, it's funny, I finally managed... I've never been good at this game, not even in SMB3, not even with the slot machine in SMB2. But I completely figured out the timing in 3D World. The slot machine is actually really easy in 3D World, in terms of getting the 777 every time. Umuga, you play a lot of Mario Maker? I think we all do, but some more than most, perhaps. And it's definitely very probable that you know a bunch of interactions that I just haven't seen. Okay. So now we know something very interesting about Magic Koopa logic. And we'll see if we can apply it again over here. Reach the goal while holding the P-switch. Okay, notice the clouds under the P-switch this time that seem to imply that... Interesting, these clouds. Because it's not like the swamp's going to come down in that position. However, we have the swamp doing the same thing this time. It could be that the clouds cause issues with the Magic Koopa missile. Also notice the one-way panel here. Such that... yeah, you can have this unobstructed, but then you need to create a 2-stack. Notice too that because of the placement of the on-off switch as well as the ground block, that you still only have that 4-block gap, and so the thwomp will not be coming down this way. No turn blocks to interact with. And if we are to carry the P-switch, this means that I see what's happening here. If the Magic Koopa missiles are coming down at a sort of down diagonal, these cloud blocks slow down the projectiles or block the projectiles, I think, from hitting this bottom block here. The reason we can't hit this bottom block here is because we need to stack a POW on top of it, I think. And stacking one POW on top of it gives me access to the door if I'm holding the P-switch. It doesn't look like there are disguised semi-solids. I think it's going to be a single POW stack. I strongly believe it's a single POW stack that's over the bottom right block, and that the purpose of the clouds is to prevent the bottom right block from opening. Because, yeah, Magic Koopa is only going to fire while the P-switch is active. Maybe it was tested in such a way that by the time the P-switch stops being active, these clouds can't actually be busted through. So I'd need to stand something like in this position and maybe in an upper position as well to get both of these blocks destroyed. So yeah, let's think about how the various POW interactions are going to work. We'd want to do the thwomp drop first, of course. And notice that I would need to activate this switch again right away in order for the thwomp to come back up, because it needs to fall on the top diagonal here. I'm just going to check the reset point. Just so we see what happens when we spawn it into this room in the off state. There we go. And eventually we know how to do the thwomp drop, but for now we'll just get that killed. And that will give me access to the POW. Okay, great. So now we just spawn back in and do the drop pattern going right to left. I think. Oh wow. Tight timer on these. Always have to get used to puzzles that don't give you a full 500 to work with. Okay, so let's move the thwomp. Whoops. Oh, interesting that the thwomp does not drop in that position because of the angle that we're working with here. That's the middle track now, or rather the right side Y junction now is blocked on both of those sides, so I need to think about how the drop is actually going to happen. Probably, oh no. Interesting. So we need to think about how the thwomp drop is actually going to happen now, because I think it will have to do with the door reset. That's the reset position. Yeah, thwomp spawns on the left side all the time, so let's see, because now this is an interesting new challenge, like a new wrinkle to everything that we've seen thus far. In that, we need to find out how to get the thwomp repositioned over here. Just going to save the life with 6 seconds remaining. Let me just see. Okay, no, we need to drop the thwomp over here in order to test how the Magic Koopa missiles will work to begin with. Sort of interesting that you have the Magic Koopa placement on top of the blaster as well. I think that's mostly just to prevent the warp. Prevent the warp, and also because the POW is not going to do anything to manipulate the blaster. Okay, so we know how to get the thwomp down. We know how to carry either the P or the POW through the reset door. Yeah, if the thwomp destroys this location, all it does is give me the POW. That's the only thing we know how to do in terms of progress so far. So the current thing that we need to solve is how to, if it's going to be a similar solution to last time, how to get the thwomp down to this position. Because it seems like that's not going to happen just from on-off timing, because if it gets over to the top right junction, it's not actually going to come back down. Yeah, you can see that it's kind of a hard junction in every respect now. And that it never stops being a hard junction. However, at any point, I'm able to kind of reset my way through. Anyway, we should do this first. And I wonder if... Yeah, we do know how to prevent the thwomp from killing itself, I think, but without the coin in a way, it does manage to reset up to the top position, and I wonder if there's a way to manipulate it from there if it gets knocked off the track. I don't think so, because it's going to remain in that vertical column. But if there's a way to get it off that vertical column, then maybe we have ideas. Let me just get back through here. Yeah, you can see that you can now drop the thwomp over there. Now we're just going to drop the P switch, because then the thwomp hits the P. Whoops. Nope, not like that. Wanted to drop it in directly. So I think keeping the thwomp alive once it falls off track is one thing that we can do now that we could not do previously. But if it's out of the tracks world, though, there's no way to get it to fall over here. Which is the problem. So, notice how both past puzzles there was a block beside the on-off switch. Yeah, but... And I know that there's a POW under here as well. That seems to imply that the thwomp could potentially drop in this location. But you'll notice that one thing that has been consistent is that when the on-off switch has 4 tiles, that well, when there are blocks that are 4 tiles apart, nothing happens. That the thwomp is blocked. Now, here's the question: if the on-off switch is being hit while the thwomp is right beside it, does it count as a blocking tile? Because that's the only thing I can think of. If we want the thwomp to come down here, the only thing that I can really imagine happening is that we can sort of temporarily toggle the on-off state such that it no longer presents an obstruction. I doubt that is the case. Part of the reason I doubt that's the case is because we know we need to have enough of a stack to get me through the door while holding the P-switch. And that can't happen if the thwomp comes down like that. So I doubt that's going to be the answer, although this POW over here does look very suspicious. You're correct about that. So sometimes, you know, the sort of ideas that we have from previous puzzles might actually just be a bit of a red herring. Okay. So let me just do this once again. And here's the sequence of events I want. Yeah, we can try it. So for example, we can do that. Oh, notice how it was just deflected. Let's stand underneath because that'll be extra dangerous. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Ah, yes, because the on-off block registers a collision when it does that, which is not what I thought would happen. Let's see if we can reproduce that, just to see that a second time. That's just a switch activation where the thwomp happens to be kind of colliding in that location. You see? So it's like the on-off switch is hitting the thwomp. That doesn't help. But we should keep it in mind in case that is an interesting clue. So, for example, let's say that we come through here and we get the thwomp over to the right side once again. And let's say, before dropping the thwomp, we do something like, oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. I wanted to drop the P-switch on top of the clouds. Thwomp hits the P-switch, and it should stop at that point. Now, the question is, does it kill the clouds underneath the switch in that time? Whoops. Don't need to do that. We are about to find out. Okay, so let's let the thwomp come down to the left side. Drop the P-switch. Drop the thwomp. That's okay. We can keep the thwomp alive on a future attempt by placing the P-switch in a lower location. So let's get back here. And we'll drop the thwomp over there once again. But when it collides with a P-switch, it should be prevented from killing itself. There we go. So now this might be interesting. No, we don't want to kill the... We don't want to kill it, obviously. Now this might be interesting as long as we figure out whether we can still hit the on-off switch afterwards. Because, yeah, here's the issue. The thwomp is going to come back up and it's just going to stay in this position. And the next time we approach it, it's going to come down anyway. Which is a problem when the POW is still down here. So, let me just check one thing, which is our jump height here is still good. I think. No? It should be. We calculated this in one of the previous puzzles. Oops. Hang on. Should work. Oh, we had calculated that. But it's finicky enough that I don't necessarily trust that to be correct. Yeah, so I don't know what dislodging the thwomp like that gets us, though. Because all it does is camp out in the top right corner. And when you reset the room, it just respawns on tracks again. And it doesn't really do anything useful for me there, so... This should work. Oh, we had tested it. Yeah. Okay, let's not fool around with that too much. We still haven't really thought about the clouds here. And we still haven't thought about whether there's a way to perhaps time the on-off switch a little bit differently such that the Thwomp can drop but not be killed. So for example... No. Yeah, it looks like it is just going to be killed every time. Nope. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I was just standing too far... well, no, my timing was just wrong the last time. But, oh, Zero Planes with a party of 13. Let's give a warm welcome to Zero Planes, who has been raiding me quite often lately, and I do appreciate it very much. Very happy to have your maker crew over here as always, so do let me know how it's been going. I know it's been kind of a maker variety show lately with, you know, a bit of endless, bit of uncleared, bit of viewer levels as always, so hope everything went well no matter what it was. And yeah, we're making headway through a puzzle world right now. We're on part 4, and each of the puzzles is kind of a slight variant on the previous one. And... okay, so we figured out the Thwomp now. We figured out how to do this. This is good, because now we can reset through here. And everything will be just fine, because we need the key using one P-switch. We still don't... oh, we don't actually need the Koopa to fire through to track anymore, because that is now just a distraction from the previous puzzle. So we hit the P-switch, we can grab the key, we loop back around, and then now we... well, we have the key, so that's not an issue. Oh, except, here's the problem. As I have said previously, I needed 2 stacks here. So I think what needed to happen was when the Thwomp comes down, we need to stack a POW in this location such that it cuts through the top 2 blocks and then dies. So that's the setup. So the first priority has to be to get the POW from the right side. And then when we do the Thwomp drop using the on-off switch, then we need it to come down only 2 spots. And it's not hard to do that, but I need to reset to get the Thwomp alive. So yeah, it's just a very minor adjustment that we need to make in order to get this to happen. Let's drop this guy once again. Let's just drop the Thwomp once more. Okay. And so here's how it's going to work. We're going to grab the POW. We're going to place it here. Grab the P. And we're going to be very careful with our timing so I don't kill the Thwomp. But when we open up a space like this... oh no. When we open up that space with just the right timing to not kill the Thwomp, it's going to drop like that. Oh, no, it still killed the bottom block because the POW was aligned with it. Here's how we do it. We stack the POW on top of the cloud. If we stack the POW on top of the cloud, then that will be elevated by 1 position. Yeah, you see the cloud placement is actually perfect for the Thwomp drop to come and only take out these 2 blocks. I forgot that it would still take this one out when it's parallel. So we basically have this, I just need to execute on it. It's not so much that it's inconsistent, Mamuga, it's that it's just very precise. And it's precise in a way that if you try it and it doesn't work the way you want to, it's very easy for the player to stop trying the interaction. And that's often a mistake that I run into with puzzles sometimes, is that I do something that is extremely close to the right answer, or might just be off in terms of execution, and then I give up on the correct solution too early. And so that's something that puzzle designers should be aware of, yes. I need to not forget to actually grab the key, so let's just do that quickly. And we'll just come through here with the P-switch still active for no reason whatsoever. And then now we understand how to do the rest. We drop the POW in this location, grab the P-switch, we do the toss, and then we come back here, we drop the POW. Okay. Nope. We come back here. Luckily, a reset can do this. We come back here, we drop the POW. Take 2. Maybe inch it over just slightly further. Maybe stand on this side. Nope, maybe stand on this side. There we go. And we should have it now. That's the clear. Okay. So that's 4 Thwomp puzzles out of the way. That's the entirety of World 1. Yeah, we might as well continue. This world is going pretty well so far. And like I said, this opening screen really did remind me of Baba Is You, which is very fitting for the style of puzzle that we've seen so far in terms of these minor tweaks on a central theme. By the looks of the Forest of Illusion here, though, I think we might be out of the Thwomp Zone and into something quite different. I hope, by the way, that my audio doesn't get muted in VOD for all of World 1, because that's unfortunately what happens sometimes with Super Mario World Castle, especially with puzzles where you're staring and looping the music for quite some time. So, you've seen some of Funk's puzzles before, I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, I had this code recommended to me by other puzzle streamers, so. This sequence is probably important. We need to kill 2 moles. Is it all 2 moles? Yes, all 2 moles. Coins will not matter here, at least I don't think so. Possibly the sequence up top is going to be important. I'll screenshot it just in case. And let's come down here. What's the title of this anyway? Multi-ways, okay. Looks like we can kill 2 moles. It might be something entity-oriented. Seems almost too simple. Let me see what's in here. Scroll, okay. So we do have to kill the 2 moles, of course, before we proceed to the main puzzle, but it looks like it's going to send me to some kind of central 1 screen. So we'll see how that goes. And we know that there's no entity block on the spawning, at least. Well, depending on what object that was. Let me see once again what this trigger was. Yeah, Muncher trigger. Okay, so entity limit was not an issue there. Let's get it out of the way. Okay, Magic Koopa is going to give me a Koopa. Interesting. So there is this sort of non-deterministic element to this where the Magic Koopa can spawn a couple of different possibilities. And that we've been given a Koopa shell as the object to work with. But I guess the puzzle is set up in such a way that depending on what the Magic Koopa gives you, there's actually going to be a different solution on every pass. So let's figure it out with the Koopa if we can, given the time that we have. Ultimately, the thing that we want to do is we want to get through the key door. We want to obtain the key. The key is somehow attached to the Munchers, which implies that killing the Munchers is going to be what gives you the key, probably killing them both. We would therefore need to find something that gives me a POW block. There's a POW block. No way around these spikes, but interesting that there's a question block here, implying that there's actually something like an invisible block here. If we can find some way to bomb this, then we can tap the next block. So we know how to get a bomb. Maybe bump this. One-way panel is going to have a word with us about that. So that's not going to be it. Let's just explore and see what else we can interact with. The key is not on the munchers, really? It seems like it's implying that killing the munchers gives you the key, but okay. Usually that's how I would read that, but maybe I actually do need to physically obtain the key. Oh yeah, it is on the question block. No, I see the track. Yeah, I see the track now. I wasn't reading that as one full track for some reason. So we're going to get something different now, I think. That's the Magic Koopa is not necessarily going to give me a spawn. Ah, I see how this works. The purpose of the Monty Moles is as a randomizer scrambler. Because if you were to just come through the pipe and hit this the same way every time, you could probably have reasonable control over doing the input in a consistent fashion. If you do the input consistently, it means that when you go upstairs, the RNG is also going to be consistent because of random seeding based on the player movement. However, introducing the Monty Mole condition complicates this by creating an interaction that the player is almost certainly going to do a bit differently every time. Because you do it a bit differently every time, you therefore seed a different random number by the time you get up to the Magic Koopa. However, we are going to get the Green Koopa once again. So I see that the opening room is actually just there to tell you all of the possibilities that the Magic Koopa is allowed to spawn. Yeah, because you have each of those elements that are over the main screen, right? And those are all of the possibilities that we have to work with. Let's check this question block. That's a vine. Okay, vine gives me the possibility of a vine climb, which does what? It allows me to tap the P-switch, maybe. No. That's a bad idea. I would probably want to drop an object on top of that. And I see that these as well are there to do RNG manipulation, although that would not affect this zone. That would not affect the subworld, rather. Because I think as soon as you load in... Maybe. I'm trying to remember how this worked in the one RNG manipulation escape room that I did by Tempest Funk, which really showed off how those conditions are actually preserved when you go between subworlds. Okay, we're going to get Spiny this time, which... I guess I'll have to let the Spiny walk over to the jump block to the left. I think that's the only thing I can do with it. And the jump block doesn't actually get me something, but it is, however, going to move the Spiny up. And it's going to go back and forth. However, if I pop this, then the Spiny should be able to come down to the lower level for absolutely no reason. I think. Or at least it's going to drop off for some reason. Or no, I can tap the Spiny. That's the only interaction I have, is I can tap the Spiny shell, and when it's moving left to right, it should be able to move in such a fashion that the wake up from the Spiny might be something interesting. It will also, of course, just give me access to that shell the same way I had access to the green Koopa shell. So. And hey, Terminator, welcome. We're probably going to hit game over on this fairly soon if I'm not careful. Yeah, Terminator, we're doing a puzzle world today. I am currently through 4 out of 9. Okay, it looks like the Magic Koopa is going to spawn a coin. A coin gives me Clown Car. Clown Car gives me what? Let's see. Well, let's see if I can actually get it out of position first of all. I can. And that allows me to come up here, but there's nothing that I can do with that. Except Bone Shell. Bone Shell should allow me to punch through this stuff, I think. The fact that I can punch through this with a Bone Shell means that I can also have access to ejecting the Bone Shell and just using it as a shell normally. Yeah, so the idea should be, so this question block spawns a POW. It seems like the invisible block that is located to the right here is what contains the key. And you made a level I mentioned ingesting a couple weeks ago. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. I should watch what I say from now on. Let's get under here. I think I was too tall to do that safely, so... I don't remember what this guy does. Oh, coins, okay. That allows me to bump some kind of object. Let's see. Yeah, I need to figure out what the sequence is going to be. I have not really been watching this carefully enough to work backwards through the many interactions that can happen. However, we now have a way to, for example, take an object through here. No. However, if I had the bone shell, I would just be able to ride it through here, I think. And step on the P-switch, so I don't know why I didn't consider that. I will have to start over. And we'll see what we draw this time. You made a bonus stage combining living on the edge and shell surfing. Oh, I see, okay. I did joke about that. To my peril. Okay, let's do the RNG seed. Let's go up. I think a good way to think about this is imagining having any of the objects. Yeah. I mean, there are a few interactions that map well to each other because of the way that a lot of the objects give you something throwable, in a way that even a coin spawn gives you the possibility of the dry bone shell. Dry bone shell looks like it does map well to this solution here. This, however, can go in a claw. The claw drop is going to do what for me? Claw drop is just going to put the shell in the right side position, though. I don't think it's going to do anything more interesting than that. Except it would prevent the mushroom from getting trapped by the claw. If I find some way to bounce the mushroom up a spot, for instance. I really do need to figure out what to do with the rest of this. Yeah, currently... Interesting that one other thing is that if you send a shell through here, you can see if the note blocks spawn anything. And I don't know what any of the note blocks spawn right now, so that might be important to find out. Yeah, so that's going to be a stuck attempt, I think. It's okay, Terminator. I feel like, you know, giving the makers who come to my stream all kinds of bad ideas is what ultimately is going to keep this Mario Maker interesting. So yeah, you can see that all of these are throwable objects, except of course for the coin and the mushroom. But both the coin, well, definitely the coin, and I'm not sure about the mushroom, but definitely the coin that gives you clown car access, unless the coin bounce direction actually matters. In which case that would give you something else. Yeah. Actually, Terminator, I was just saying a few puzzles ago that we had seen this really interesting interaction between track objects and Magikoopa projectiles that I had never seen before, and I feel like that has tons of potential. But yeah, as far as accidentally inspiring makers goes, I seem to recall that we did something quite terrible, and oh, I forgot that this is actually open. This is just an open space, and I hadn't even thought about that. That we could potentially do some kind of up throw here to... no, the Demontris would be a hard block. But, yeah, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Except, now we can hit the POW. Watch this. No, we can't. With better timing, we could have. With much better timing, we could have... I can still disable the shell, though. Oops. Not like that. Lucky S Cat, welcome back. Hope everything is as lucky for you as always. Now, it doesn't matter here if we run out of lives, we'll still continue with this and see what else we can do. Okay, so random seed is going to give us what? Going to give us coin once again. We know from previous experience that coin gives me bone shell. We'll just go up and do that. Don't know what's up with that fire flower. It does kind of imply that with the state switched to off, fire flower would allow me to tap the bomb, and the bomb would switch state back to on. I think that's what's being implied there. But in order to have the down diagonal of the bomb, maybe there's a muncher activation. Oh no, the muncher's just there to immobilize the bomb from walking. Okay. And then once you have the fire flower, you would be able to pop all of these blocks to the right to get back out. So that's what the purpose of the on-off switch would be, I think. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's do the P-switch activation this time. I'm pretty sure I can do that with the bone shell. P-switch activation is going to blow up that bomb. It's going to allow me to collect a bunch of the coins. It also allows me... no. Interesting that these are blocked. Because if I had the POW here previously, when the P-switch kills the POW, I think it just kills the POW, it doesn't actually activate the POW. So that's kind of interesting. Notice too the second P-switch that is on the bottom left. Whoops, oh, accidentally peeled that, okay. I was going to check the jump blocks that are in the top right next. You can always hit the POW, you say. Let me, whoops. Look at that and see how that's going to happen. Cordial Snail, welcome. Okay, let's do this. Do this. Get that random generation going. And random generator is going to give me the Goomba. So, interesting thing about the Goomba, of course, is that you don't get the same sort of throwing distance you do on a shell, and so it's not going to let me see... yes it is. It's going to walk over. So it is going to, hopefully, get up and walk to the right, and if it does, it will let me see what's going on with these blocks. Spiny hat. Interesting. I wonder if these... I see. Because if you send a shell over to the bottom, I think then instead of spawning the spiny hat, it spawns whatever is in the top right block. It would send something, it would bounce something up. And if you bounce something up, then you end up with the top right block spawning probably something completely different. So the question now is, how do we make use of the spiny hat? And I feel like we needed to have an object already trapped in the claw. Like if there were a way to raise the munchers. Obviously 2 POWs would also drop the mushroom. We'll have to think about this because now I've dropped the spiny hat, of course, and that's not going to be great for progressing. Notice how on-off activation here... I see what's going on. Shell through here would hit the first note blocks, it would bounce over to the right, and then you would have a shell activation on the on-off switch here. So when we have something that allows us to do a shell throw, we should do that, and we should try that instead. I don't know the Goomba solution here yet, though, because I don't... I mean, obviously, if we were able to get the spiny hat, that gets me into really good shape. Because we would be able to break this completely, and then tap the block above it. But then after that, we would still need that single tile object to get through here. So far, and yeah, you're right about the semi-solids, that I can activate the POWs at any time. But that doesn't do much for me. I don't think. Fireflower would also give me the P-switch down here, eventually. So yeah, that single POW activation isn't doing much for me. One thing I haven't checked, though, is tap a shell down here to see what this question block spawns. Because maybe this question block just gives you the key. I was thinking that that question block was pointing to this guy here, but maybe, and I actually think Mamuga pointed this out a while ago, that maybe activating that question block is just alters to the key, and I was misreading this completely. Yeah, because of the way that the, I was kind of thinking of the question block and the key as being bound to this location. But that may not be the case. It may just be that question block is all we need there. So let's just start over, and if we get shells on some of the next random draws, we have a couple of things that we can try with shells. So. Assuming that it's not the bone shell. Bone shell, of course, would crash against a wall. It would not give us the on-off or the deflection to this block here. But green shell gives us lots of possibilities. So, for example, green shell would allow me to do this. And yeah, that is just a key. So the idea then is I want to grab an object to stand on. I can't just punch this right away because the POW would go up 2 spots rather than just 1. And that's a bit of an issue. Unless I find a way to destroy both munchers or find something else to stand on like a P-switch. A P-switch would also get me across. Yeah. Let me think about this then. Because I know how to get access to the POW. I know how to have 1 POW hit. 1 POW hit would of course also destroy the muncher under this P. But I don't have Fireflower access this round, so... notice, too, that this track here, dropping the muncher, that's just part of the randomizer. That's just part of the randomization to get things like the coin in the right position, I think. Okay. So, we've got to do something now to perhaps figure out how to tap the P. Nothing here. Like this, of course, is just a bone shell activation if we can manage it. I think Goomba would also be able to step on it, or anything doing a wake up would be able to step on this. Which I think would just be either Goomba or Buzzy. Because the Koopa Troopas get bounced out of their shells. So the question here is, what can we do? Yeah, because that's not going to be available to me, but if we could have found some way to grab the Fireflower, which I don't think we can because we don't have Clown Car access, we would have a P-switch to work with. I need some kind of object to stand on, basically. So I feel like maybe we did that out of sequence. That's we need to do something else with the shell before we dump the shell in here. But we need to do something with the shell that makes the shell recoverable. And hey, MeSB Chicken, welcome. And Mamuga, isn't it nice to have ticklish neurons? Yeah, it looks like here that allows you to, you know, do some kind of object bump. Multiple times, in fact. Do I remember what was in this block? I know I tried to activate this previously. Whoops. Obviously, that's a cue to reset the puzzle. I'm doing alright. I hope, MeSB Chicken, that you are enjoying the color purple as much as always. And, here we go. Back up we go. Random seed is going to give me Goomba. Okay. That's fine, because the thing I had in mind for the Goomba earlier is P-switch activation. Goomba, of course, also allows you to walk over to the spiny shell. Now, if the Goomba does this... no, it doesn't walk on a P-switch, it just drops. Okay. However, if you drop the Goomba again, you can loop it back down. That seems really useful, actually. That you can do that with the Goomba to prevent something, perhaps, from being... You can do that to prevent something else from being caught in the claw, perhaps. Let me just think about this. None of that's going to be useful right now. I wonder if I placed a Goomba here. No, that would just be killed. But if I pop it here... Nope, that overlaps. Okay. I didn't think there would be a collision, but I thought that might be worth trying. Oh, look, now they're stacked. I kind of wonder if the POW takes collision priority. Yes, it does. Okay. Just wanted to check that. That Goomba was playing ping pong with me? No, I was playing ping pong with the Goomba. I'm not trapped in here with the Goomba. The Goomba is trapped in here with me. No, he wasn't really a consenting party to that. This is the first time I've drawn Mushroom. This is interesting because it gives me, theoretically, the same kind of interaction as grabbing coin, except, of course, now there are a few locations where I can take damage, a few locations where I can go. As with the coin, I'm able to take the bone shell. Unlike with the coin, I was actually able to just destroy this stuff, in fact, if I want to. If I want to, I can just use the mushroom to destroy all of these blocks. In fact, I kind of want to try that because I do have a way to get back up. You know, just in case this does anything handy. It might not, but it would save me the trouble of trying to bust through there every time. The other thing, of course, is that... Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, I cannot just go through here with Bone Shell. Because holding down, of course, just enters the shell. And that blocks me off. So let's save the shell for the time being, because I feel like it'll be useful for something, just don't know what yet. But I can't actually take the shell across unless I take damage first, which kind of defeats the purpose of having the mushroom. However, I can do... Whoops. Well, I can do that. And then this position becomes equivalent to the coin. In fact, it's the exact same position as the coin, then. It is what, in chess, they call a transposition. Except, of course, that we've destroyed the blocks over here. Sending this shell across is not going to do what I want because it will bounce, but it will just crash against a wall. As before, P-switch is probably the best idea here. And we can see that, yeah, this guy contains something, we knew that. Bomb was destroyed over here, okay, fine. This guy, I don't remember what this gives me. Fine. Now remind me why I wanted that vine, because if we have that vine and we have something like a spiny shell drop through the Goomba movement, for instance. Yeah. So if we have the Goomba, I see what we can do with the Goomba now, actually. If we draw the Goomba, I think I know the Goomba solution. At least I know how to do more of the Goomba solution. So it's kind of funny because this puzzle is structured in such a way that even if you don't have the correct item for the interaction you want to try, when you just stare at the puzzle and try things, you actually learn something about the other pathways that are available. Whoops, that was unfortunate. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Really neat puzzle so far. Very, very neat. Okay. Through here. And we pop. Mushroom once again. Same idea. We'll just get up to the bone shell. And we won't take damage prematurely this time. In case damage boost is useful for something. I will break everything because I can. I will also check jump block to the... Ah, that's interesting. I never tried that previously. And now that I have... Okay, I never actually tried to step on this previously, even with the coin being the key item. So let's come through here, first of all. Okay. Now we're in business, because I can also collect all of this, collect this, and collect the bone shell. And if we activate a POW, collect the P-switch. Assuming, of course, that we can sneak under... no, I don't need to sneak anything. Hang on. Hang on, get out of here. There we go. So, whoops, let's not lose the flower, but although we don't need the fire flower for anything else unless I want to take damage. So now we have a P-switch that I can step on, assuming that I figure out some way to grab the key. Now, interestingly enough, I think... Yeah, so we need to do something about the key block now. If we have a way to get to the key block, for instance by exploding it, then we can do something. Last life? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a 15 life super world. We've only really been losing to some accidental damage sometimes. You know, from stepping on spikes and the like. So if we blow up the P-switch, we're in reasonably good shape. Also notice that it should be possible to keep the bone shell alive because of the spring. So for example, whoops, no, that's not how I want to do it. Never mind. That's not how I want to do this either, because now we lose access to... Ow, okay. So the thing I need to think about now is how to activate the question block if I have the fire flower. And I don't see that yet. Although I do see that if we take damage, hit the POW, we now have access to this P over here. Which is important because it transposes to the position of activating that P switch. Except I had hoped to keep the P because the P would be my platform for getting through this guy here. So the question now is, do I have a way to activate the question block? Because I was hoping... You know, I was hoping actually that if I'm small, if I have one tile here, do I have enough room to do ground pound with the bone shell? Because if I do, and I don't know if the one tile gap is enough for me to do that, then I have the key. Anyway, this will be a blown attempt. Because bone shell ground pound is one way to approach that, assuming that we have enough space to actually activate it, which I'm not convinced we do, but that's something that's worth learning. Just as part of our toolkit for clearing this. But we can see how a couple of the different positions map to each other now, and... Yeah, we're going to get Koopa Shell. And the Koopa Shell... Interestingly enough, we can reposition the undressed Koopa, because it's going to go up the jump block. Watch this. And if we want to re-enter the shell, at some point, we can do it. Like if we needed it to walk to a certain position over on the left side. Now, I don't see why we would want to do that just yet. Because the main thing I was thinking with green shell was to tap the block for the key, obviously, but that's not going to be enough. Interestingly enough, we could also do shell jumps with it, but in a puzzle level, that's probably a bad idea. Oh, whoops. No, not like that. And yeah, MeSB Chicken, hope you're enjoying the purple maximization problem. If that is truly what makes you happy. It's funny because in the chat log afterwards, that particular point reward doesn't show up in retrospect. That's if I go through my chat log, the way that people highlight their messages is not evident to me when I watch the VOD, so. Future generations will have no idea that your message was in fact highlighted in purple. Except now that I've said so. Okay, let's just reactivate that guy. Okay, so, no, here's the thing that I was going to do. I want to... No, that's not how to do it. I wanted to activate the question block with something. Yeah, so we get minimum 2 hits. That would reactivate the Goomba, except it gets trapped in a claw. That's okay, it'll come back down. I was hoping to spawn Divine, because if I spawn Divine, I would be able to catch the Spiny Hat on the way down. And that's what I was hoping for. But instead, and I'm only doing this just to keep the Goomba alive so it doesn't wake up in my arms. Yeah, because we know that letting the Goomba walk up top will give me the Spiny Hat, but the Spiny Hat will drop into the claw, which is not what I want. I want the Spiny Hat to drop on me, ideally. But in order for it to drop on me, I need some way to activate the Divine block that is in the question block. And I currently don't have any kind of throwable object that would let me do that. Let's see. Yeah, there are only certain things that would interact with the bomb. I guess that works. That doesn't really do much for me, though. I was hoping to lift the bomb somehow, but I think that's probably something that you'd have to do with the Fuzzy Helmet, for instance, or something like that. Let me think about this, because right now the only thing we know to do with the Goomba is to get the Spiny Hat from the music block that is second from the right. And yeah, Momuga, we do know that. And we do know that it's going to drop immediately into the claw unless we... You know what? I feel like I can still position myself to get it. I was giving up on that too early. I was thinking that we'd need to go all the way over, but no, we don't. Oh, whoops. Okay, a little too far, but I should still be able to get back to it. We're going back into the world. For those of you who came in later, like the ones who came in with Zero Planes Raid, let me punch in the maker code into the chat so you can try this world out for yourself. We are through World 1 already, but that was a very interesting series of puzzles using the Thwomp. And so we are now in World 2. And if you want to try this for yourself, this is 2-1 in the maker's list. Okay, let's go back here. And jump on all of these guys. That is, once again, just random seeding. We'll see... Okay, Green Koopa. Green Koopa I didn't make much headway with, so... But we know with a Green Koopa that we can do this. And then, whoop, let's not die to this guy. And then we can tap this to grab the shell a second time, I hope. Seems awfully precise. Can I grab it safely? There we go. Now here's something interesting. That green Koopa shell is now able to activate an on-off switch. Activating the on-off switch does what for me? Because it's going to not really do much with the mechanism in the top left. But anyway, we know how to do the vine plus the Koopa now, and that's important. I feel like doing the shell throw is just going to hit the on-off switch. We had not actually seen that in action, though. However, it also just gives me the key. If we can find some way to get the key and an object to stand on, then we're fine. I also wonder if the up throw is going to give me anything useful somewhere. I feel like this will just die if I... Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, interesting that the Goomba made contact. It seems like different objects have different interactions with this bomb here. Yeah, we know Koopa Shell Throw is going to hit this and give me the key, but I am not convinced that that's the interaction we want. So we'll see. I know that POW block is going to activate this, but we don't have the power of fire. So why don't we just hit the on-off switch and just see what happens? I don't think it's going to give me the progress I want. Oh. Okay. Feather. Okay, I had not seen the Cape Feather previously. Cape Feather opens up some pretty interesting possibilities, especially because we do, in fact, kind of have room to fly, except for these annoying spike blocks here. Cape Feather should allow me to whip the Munchers, though, and that would allow me to do something. Okay, we now know that Green Shell gives me Cape Feather. Mimuga, you're saying if you were not watching, you couldn't beat it. Are you saying that to imply that you have beaten it yourself already? Is that what you're saying? Well, I'm glad this is helpful, because I do tend to kind of do these blindly myself as first explorer. We had not actually seen the Buzzy Shell previously. The Buzzy Shell gives me an immediate possibility here. We can just let it wake up if we really want. Buzzy Shell would do the same thing as the other shells, and actually, let's see. Nope. Wanted to check that anyway. Like the Green Shell, it should give me the Cape Feather. Cape Feather. Do this for me. Grab this coin for no reason. Can I whip these guys? No, I can't. Okay. But I can whip the spring, though. Oh, no. That's a problem. I was hoping to whip the spring, because that should raise the Munchers up in such a way that it spawns the mushroom. Why would I want to spawn the mushroom? I'm not exactly sure. Oh, whoops. That's going to be a trap. Yeah, Mimuga, I know you like puzzles, because you hang out in all the puzzle streams, and I understand what you were saying. I was just wondering if you had actually beaten this one yet. But on the other hand, in my position, it's nice to be the person who goes in and does this blind, even if occasionally it leads me to be stuck in certain situations. Okay, we're going for Cape Feather again, this time with the Koopa Shell. Oh, whoops. Oh, nearly lost that one. Okay, how did... wrong way. I managed to get it back last time. That was unfortunate. That's probably still solvable somehow, given the structure of this puzzle, but I don't know that for sure, so... Let's just go back in. Okay. Tap this. Tap this. Tap this guy. And... Okay. Alright, once again, we know how this is going to give me the Fire Flower. It is by doing this. Fire Flower will then give me all this. I kind of want to break the top position as well. I don't know if that's a wise thing to do, but we'll do it. We'll get the bone shell out of here. Might as well break this thing too. Hang on. Tap that guy. P-switch would transform that into a block now, I think. So let's just grab that so we don't have issues with P-switch activation. Next thing I'm going to try is losing the mushroom and the fire flower, which makes the mushroom kind of equivalent to the coin interaction. Like I haven't actually used a mushroom in a meaningful way yet. But let's say I slide under here. Yeah, surprisingly difficult. Oh shoot, no, I wanted a bone shell. Hang on. Let's grab the bone shell. Spread it across. Let's try to ground pound. There we go. Excellent. We've got this because now I activate the POW. POW kills Muncher, but it gives me access to the P-switch. So we're going to solve this with one route. Here we are. That's one solution down. Which object would even get that time? That was mushroom, but that same solution should work with coin. Slight issue here. That we actually needed to be big. I didn't know that. We needed to be big or to keep the bone shell. I was able to keep the bone shell on that attempt. I really should have done so. Yeah, no, that's just minor adjustment. I just needed to keep the bone shell. There was no reason to destroy it. And yeah, Momuga, I think there is some kind of equivalence between some of the solutions. Gloomba definitely has its own movement set just because of the way it walks over and gives you the spiny head. With that one interaction that we saw. But you're kind of right that I think the coin interaction should be, it's pretty much directly equivalent just because of the way it gives you the fire flower. That was a very unfortunate way to go. Alright, let's go back here. It's funny because we got some 1-ups from the end of this level. Which is kind of nice of this level to give me extra tries there. So yeah, we'll now see if we do have a coin equivalence to the mushroom. I believe we should. Because we just grabbed fire flower the same way that we did before. And the mushroom doesn't really do much for me anyway in terms of, you know, mushroom abilities. That I can't already do here as well. Let me get out of here. Except we need to... Hang on. Here we go. P-switch won't be active. I don't actually need to grab that. But yeah, we'll grab that. Later we will need it. And I need to keep the bone shell. So let me get out of here. I need to be small anyway, so let me do the soft drop on a bone shell while doing that. Okay. There we go. Ground pound here. Gives me the key. I kind of want to put the bone shell somewhere safe so we don't lose it by mistake. As we... Oh, no, because the POW... I was about to say the POW is going to kill it. We do need to wear the bone shell going into the POW, I think. Or have the bone shell be somewhere safe. Or to activate the POW first before the bone shell ever becomes an issue. Depending on how it's placed. No, we don't want to activate the POW too early. We can't have the POW kill the bone shell, and that's something that is a wrinkle to this that I haven't considered yet, so... Let's go up. Hey, up we go. Okay. And... no, hang on. It is compact enough that lots of things can go wrong from an execution perspective. Well, that's okay. Every time we cycle through this, it just means there is a chance that I'll see a different solution entirely, so... Okay. Always kind of nice to see a multi-solution puzzle as well. We know this is going to give me the Cape Feather eventually. Oh, we didn't need to do that. Hang on. But that's okay. We can grab that anyway. That's going to give me switch activation and feather. That's going to give me mushroom. Now, why would we want that? No, because I wanted the mushroom in the claw. That's probably why. I don't want to just consume the mushroom. That would make that pointless. Interesting. I wonder what the mushroom is supposed to do for me here, then. I feel like I was supposed to guide it into a different position. But anyway, we can look at the cape and just see if there's anything additional that we should be aware of. Anything that we can do, like fly up to the top position, which we can't do with the on-off switch being the way it is. What is this mushroom doing for me? I can manipulate the yellow block if I want to change its positioning somehow. Okay. Interestingly enough, I think I actually did have enough speed there for the flight. Not that it matters because of the on-off state, but let me just wait. There we go. There we go. Except, these blocks up top are a problem. And unfortunately, when you use the shell, when you use the green shell, it is going to activate the on-off switch up top every time. And so this isn't going to be useful yet. Unless we find out some other thing that we can do. So this is a useful interaction for any kind of state that gives us the Cape Feather. However, in order to do that, we need to think about how to deal with this in the off state. And I feel like, yeah, we need to get up there somehow, I think. But we can't do that until the Cape Feather is already dropped. This is interesting, though. This does open up some possibilities. Possibly. Maybe. I mean, this is going to give you a POW. Let me see. Doesn't really answer the question yet of what I will do with the key, but here's one thing though. I'm able to take damage and run through the saw blade myself, personally. If I wanted to grab something like the spiny hat, for instance. I think so. So for example, no, not like that. I need to take damage, but I should be able to walk through here and just, if I'm able to take a point of damage, and just fall into the vines myself. And that might be interesting, because if I activate the spiny hat that way from the bottom, then that would prevent a shell from rebounding to hit the on-off switch. I need to be able to take a hit first, though, so I don't see that as being the case because, like, if I have the green Koopa shell must be fired here before there is a Cape Feather that spawns for me, so I'm not able to take a hit until that point. But you see what I'm talking about here, that I'm able to run right if I can take damage. And if I do so, I can climb the vines. I can actually hit for the Cape Feather from below, in fact, if I am in one of the other puzzle states. Although I'd have to kind of duck out to retrieve it. But more importantly, if I'm kind of sneaking in above the one-way panels, I can create an obstruction using the spiny head. And that may be close to what I need, although, of course, I still have to deal with this. Interestingly enough, Cape Feather allows me to whip this. If I whip this, I think I'm actually able to sneak in and grab the bomb somehow, and use the bomb to hit the block. So anyway, let's try some of these ideas. Okay. Pop this guy. Pop this guy. Up we go. Red Koopa. Red Koopa is interesting, because if we can get him in his walking state somewhere that is useful. Well, here's the thing, we can bop him in such a way that he can revive as a Koopa, right? So his walking interaction would be equivalent to the Goomba. You see, the Red Koopa is just not going to create any problems with the on-off switch, which is great because now we can whip the clown car. And I think I hadn't really received Red Koopa in the longest time, so that is helpful. Are we okay with losing the cape now? Or do I need it for something else? Let me think about this. Let's bust this open first before we... and actually, once I'm through here to the left side with a cape, I can't really safely go back to the right. So sure, let's grab the Fire Flower now. Because we've managed to transpose back to some of our other positions that we saw previously, except, of course, for the fact that we no longer have the bone shell. Do I think I will come back to this level to do the other solutions? Well, remember that this is 2-1 in a super world. If it's anything like World 1, I think the rest of this super world is likely to have some variations on this puzzle. Like, we will likely see some kind of constraint that allows you to see what the other solutions may be like. I don't know. We'll see if that's actually the case, but I suspect that's going to be the case. Because we don't know yet what, 2.2 to 2.5 are going to be. Let's bust this down. Okay, so we lost a cape, but we're okay now because we are in the same kind of position we were in previously, with the exception of not having access to the bone shell. Only problem being that I don't really have a good way to grab the POW without taking 2 points of damage. And I know I can't take 2 points of damage unless... This is why it was important to use the cape to grab the mushroom on the right side, assuming that we had some kind of way to trap the mushroom. Yeah, okay, I see that now. Because if I need to... Yeah, if I need to take 2 points of damage, then I'm in trouble. I also don't have the bone shell to grab the key, so I don't have a key at all. So... Well, we know how to get from cape to Fire Flower. That's important. And we know how to do all that without activating the on-off switch. But the problem is that I'm still missing a few steps with the Red Koopa solution. And this is something that I think only works with Red Koopa. Although, if we had the Green Koopa sort of crawl into its shell in this position, we could theoretically do the same thing with the Green Koopa, where we have a way to kill it without... well, I mean, knock it out, rather, without actually killing the Koopa inside the shell. Okay, so interestingly enough, what can we do with the P-Switch now? P-Switch doesn't seem to give me anything too interesting. I wonder about these P-blocks that are over the POW. I don't know what they're for. I don't know why you would need P-Switch activation to destroy the POW. Or block the POW from spawning, for that matter. I don't know why you would want that. And what that is even doing. So that's something important that we just don't know about yet. And I never did really do the spiny hat interaction I was talking about, I guess. But I'll have to think about this. I think this is a blown attempt already anyway, because I just don't have the resources remaining to deal with something like that guy. Also because how destroys the bomb. I need to think about which objects are actually going to interact with the bomb. I know that the Goomba does, but I don't know what else is actually going to get the hit through the one-way panel. And I feel like it's a number of things that can do it. Assuming we don't hit the POW too early. So, we've mapped out a lot of this thing now, but we still have to get at least one solution. I feel like I understand most of the possibilities at this point. It's just that sometimes... I mean, having to take an extra point of damage at the end was a wrinkle. And I feel like it was an avoidable wrinkle if we just managed to keep the bone shell alive. Okay. Buzzy... Yeah, let's do this. Buzzy Wake Up is going to be fine. Who's my favorite character to play as? I don't know that I necessarily have a favorite. I do just switch back to Mario because I'm just used to Mario Maker 1, I guess. But there's no particular reason why I need to do that. Let's just let the Buzzy walk. Oh, I see. E-switch interaction. Yeah, using the Munter drop. I hadn't thought about the Munter drop on the second block there. Because that's only going to happen with a walking animation. So now we've had the Buzzy Shell do the equivalent of a Red Koopa, which is not equivalent to the Green Koopa. And as I was saying earlier, yeah, the P-switch activation does blow the bomb, which is a bit of an issue. So we now have access to the top left and the Fire Flower once we want to do so, but once I do that, I still need to be able to take a point of damage to come back out. Now, here's the interaction I was talking about previously, that I haven't tried yet. Okay. Oh, I see. There's a one-way panel here that prevents anything from bouncing up. But the second thing here is going to bounce you up, and that's what prevents you... Ah, we hadn't seen that before. Buzzy Helmet definitely raises the bomb, I would say. Definitely raises the bomb up to spot. Which would then make it vulnerable to fire. We had actually never found anything to make use of that Buzzy Shell here, but I guess the buzzing sound kind of tells us that walking through here is never going to be a part of the actual solution. And yeah, I hadn't thought about how you would be bumped by the second jump block in a way that would prevent you from doing any item cheese in the top right corner, so... that takes care of that. Okay, let's try this again. And through here. Up we go. And yeah, Green Koopa. We had a couple of things mapped out with the Green Koopa. I should really have been taking notes just to keep track of some of this stuff, but... yeah, so let's leave that guy alive, because I think we can, in fact, use the walking state later if we want. Time being, though, let's just do that. Let's not do that. I feel like that's just a little too dangerous to be the real way to do it. But considering that I managed it previously, but it's not particularly tidy, and so I feel like the vine isn't something that we need unless we do something to obtain the spiny hat, which is not going to be the case yet. Because what did we even do to obtain the spiny hat previously? What we did was, yeah, it needed the Goomba, I think. Was the thing we used there. Anyway, this definitely works with Buzzy. So we'll just touch Buzzy and get dizzy. And let's see here, it's going to walk back. So we have both the shell firing solution and the walking solution for the top right. Firing the shell toggles the on-off switch. Walking the shell over does not toggle the on-off switch, but activates the P because of the muncher drop, right? So let me just check some of this stuff. Yeah, we know how to do this. Okay, no, it's going to be the same. Firing just toggles the on-off state, which we don't want. With the Buzzy Shell and with the Red Koopa, I think there's absolutely no advantage ever to firing the shell rather than letting it walk. I think it's always going to be a walking solution there. So. Okay. Jump on this guy. Jump on this guy. And up we go. Spiny. We haven't seen Spiny in a long time. I feel like the only thing we can do with Spiny is wait for the Spiny to come back over here and then bump the yellow block underneath. Okay. And then that becomes equivalent to a number of the other things that happen in this game. Spiny can walk. And then when the Spiny walks, we just do the same thing over here. Okay. Spiny, do you bump the bomb? No, you don't. But Spiny can walk down here. Oh, look at the Spiny getting up all the way to the top block. Okay, so that's what the Spiny does. We had not seen that previously, because I just hadn't had the Spiny in the longest time. That might not help yet. Let me think about this. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the Spiny having such a massive wake-up animation that takes 2 blocks up. I guess it depends on where you place it. Like, if you're placing it just directly on the cloud, then it doesn't do that. But yeah, I feel like Buzzy Helmet definitely gets me the key with the bomb, but then we don't have the object to stand on. That is going to be a vital part of the solution. I also don't know how we will move Spiny Hat out of that location. Possibly I would need to take some kind of damage boost And then while I'm in a damaged state, I would drop down to the claw and then grab it and then loop around. In order to do that, though, I don't really have the tools to do that. You see what I'm saying? That, like, if I'm climbing here, if, for example, I'm big, I just kind of take damage right away. If I take damage, then I drop towards the shell and I grab it. Me to be chicken, I feel like I will let others answer that question, but I'm glad that you seem to be in agreement about that particular designation. Okay, so Buzzy Shell, if it drops on top of the mushroom, it's just going to stay there. I feel like there is... Yeah, this is supposed to be some kind of invincibility loop where I have to take damage, go down very quickly, and then grab the shell and get out. And unfortunately, without an additional power-up, I don't have the means to do that. So I'm missing a step when it comes to the Spiny, but the Spiny spawning that took me by surprise to begin with, so... Maybe not so surprising. I only know how to raise these with the Cape Feather so far. That's not too helpful. Or I could use the Go to Vine strat. The Go to Vine strat. Oh, you mean like here where you... Yeah, yeah. No, I see what you mean. That we were able to raise the vine and get the Spiny to wake up. And so I'm able to get here faster than the Spiny, drop here, and wear the Buzzy Shell. You're absolutely right about that. I hadn't considered it because we hadn't done that in so long. And also because I didn't know for sure that the Spiny was going to go to that location in the first place. But I think that actually is correct. If we're going to obtain the Fuzzy Hat. So. Yeah, this is really interesting that we're kind of solving 7 simultaneous puzzles at once in this level. I've seen a couple of multiple solution levels before, but not really like this. And I've seen RNG manipulation puzzles before, but not really these ideas combined in such a way that you have something that's flexible. Ah, come on. No. Because, yeah, this is very, very interesting. It's too bad that it doesn't tell you about that extra point of damage you need to take at the end. I feel like that did require me to walk through a ton of stuff, but I know that some puzzle designers like to do that. They always they give you everything you need to know except the final twist, or they make the final twist very difficult to notice. Anyway, coin is going to give me fire flower. However, one thing we should think about is, do I want to do anything in a small state before I grab fire? No, I don't think so. Except maybe... Yeah, let's not grab fire yet. Let's grab bone shell first. Yeah, the reasoning for this is because I need to keep the bone shell alive when I hit the POW. Okay. Yeah. Much better, because otherwise POW kills the bone shell and that creates problems. Oh, except I killed the bomb. Okay, so never mind. That's okay. I didn't need to grab the fire flower yet, though. So yeah, the order is I need to bomb there to switch the on-off state, but then I don't grab the fire flower until I have done the POW activation so I can save the bone shell. So that's the sequence. I think I solved that one. I don't see any other complications that I haven't already thought about for either the mushroom route or... mushroom route's a little bit different, I guess. No, it's not, because we get the bone shell. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we grab this, but I want to not grab the fire flower. Gotta be very careful here. I do not want fire yet. No, I have to get fire because otherwise I can't get out of here. Okay, so never mind. If you get mushroom first, that's going to be different from coin first in that respect. That's by the time you get the bone shell, you have this issue. Maybe. The other thing I can do is, if I want to defend the bone shell from the POW, I can leave the bone shell in the clown car. If the bone shell is in the clown car, it does not get killed. And yeah, Momuga, don't feel too self-conscious about it. This is okay. I can still do the rest of the puzzle with what I have here. It's just that the main thing is keeping the bone shell alive, and if I drop it in a clown car, I can do it. Yeah, because here's the thing I need to do. I need to activate the POW, but I need to not kill the bone shell. And it's okay for me to be small as long as I have the bone shell. See? So that's fine, as long as I don't get bumped into any damage. And now that I have access to the bone shell, I can still grab the key, which is important. So I think this will be the solution, because bone shell will allow me to take that 1 point of damage at the end that I need to get through the final gate. So now we grab the key. And now we move to P. And that rhymes, which is very important. I'm pretty sure we have it now. So we grab the bone shell. Come up here. And we hope that landing on top of the P with the bone shell doesn't block the door. There we go. That's a clear. Yeah, there we go. Nice try. Nice little jump scare at the end. But it warps immediately, so it's not actually an issue. And you can see why you would have that constraint of the on-off block at the very end. This is fantastic. That was an excellent, excellent puzzle. I was very fond of that. Let's see what happens in the rest of the puzzle world, because I assume it's going to be variations on the concept, if it's anything like World 1, with the swamp puzzles there, so. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of manipulation there is with the random state. So here's Puzzle and Buzzy's way. So yeah, I guess maybe it teaches you each of the individual solutions as you go, such that, yeah, you see? Now everything is the Buzzy. You're only ever going to roll the Buzzy now. Possibly it doesn't give you the Magic Koopa at all, it just starts you with the Buzzy condition. Interesting that it gives you the most complicated one first in terms of having all the solutions open, before you have to prove that you can solve each of the individual solutions. So now that we've thought about most of it, I think I'm alright, because now we walk the Buzzy over the top. Whoops. Oh, come on, Buzzy. Get back over here. Get back over here. And Realby Chin, it's great to see you here. We've been in the middle of a puzzle world by Funked. I can give you the maker code if you're at all interested. And because I think if you haven't seen this one already, I think you'd have an absolute blast with it. I learned a ton of mechanics in World 1 already. What's that little badge? Oh, you've got this one already. Okay, great. Fantastic. This is actually my first time playing anything by Funked, so. And Realby Chin, since you're here, I gotta tell you this story. I was going through my oldest surviving viewer level VOD, actually my VOD from my very first viewer level stream that I had ever done in January 2020. And you show up long before you're ever a streamer, and you give me a shell level that I give up on after a few attempts, because at that point I had just never really done shell jumps. I need to get back to that level, because I feel like we have unfinished business now. I didn't realize this until yesterday. Because, of course, back then I just had no idea who you were, and, you know, you weren't streaming yet at that point either. Okay, so here's the sequence. We need to... Okay, we've kind of transposed back to the sequence we had previously in terms of having access to both the flower and... Oh, no, we killed the bone shell because the P-switch activation destroys it. Okay, never mind that. We need to do something different. Yeah, I remember you sending me levels much later, because I know I'd done a little bit of your Super World where that was, you know, jump intensive, but it wasn't like it needed much Kaizo technique, at least what I remember. But I didn't remember you showing up to literally the first viewer level stream I had ever done. But yeah, back then I think I made it to the second jump. It was the poison one where there's a... Like, you throw a shell to the left at the very beginning of the level before the poison comes up and gets you. So, I'm still bad at shell jumps, but I can do some of them now, and so I feel like I really do need to give that one a second chance. Anyway, we have a lot of this stuff available to me now, except unlike the previous route, I don't have a bone shell available anymore, and I'm not sure I know how to get it. So what was different here between the Buzzy Wake Up and the Spiny Wake Up? Because the Spiny Wake Up got all the way to the top level, and the Buzzy Wake Up definitely didn't. But I'd seen another level where the Buzzy actually does wake up high enough to go up a block, so I don't know why I didn't do that here. But I feel like we do need to restart, so... I guess GlitchCon must have been just a digital TwitchCon, or is this something completely different? I know I'd heard about GlitchCon probably just from seeing some of those badges, but I wasn't really keeping up with it at all. Mumuga, you can tell me what the difference is between Spiny and Buzzy. Hang on, let's do this first of all. Let's not shell jump our way through this guy. And... yeah, let's just have this come... no. Get down here. We need the Buzzy to come down. Hopefully when it wakes up it doesn't just get caught again. Okay, great. Yeah, so Buzzy does not do the high wake up, which surprises me because I was sure I had seen that interaction previously somewhere. Whoops. Okay, so here's the issue right now that we're dealing with. That's... I think the Buzzy route actually blocks off the Bone Shell completely because of the way that Bone Shell is actually currently over an MTP block. Only if they're flipped upside down. Yes, that's right. That's right. And we know how to flip them upside down in this level. Yeah, that's why I hadn't noticed a difference previously, because I wasn't thinking about that, because in the Spiny route, the only way you can actually obtain the Spiny is by flipping it upside down on top of this block. And that's okay, we know how to get the Buzzy back in that position, so that's no big deal. And yeah, because if you're just placing it normally as a shell, yes, that's right, it doesn't do the gigantic wake up, which is why when the claw drops it, then the Buzzy is able to walk over. And then so we could see that difference in action just with the right side over here. So now we're going to wait for the Buzzy to come back over here, then I flip it, then I transfer it to give me the Buzzy shell. I gotta do this fairly quickly before it wakes up. Now I get over to the vines, and I should be able to wear the Buzzy helmet. There we go. Buzzy helmet should be able to tap the bomb. Bomb gives me the key. Problem. I still need an object to stand on. In order to do everything else. You know what? Not a problem, because if I stand on the munchers, can bump the munchers, and I can just grab the POW. So, there we go. Grab the POW, we've got the exit. So yeah, Beach Inn, this is a really interesting super world because, so this was 2-2. 2-1 uses a Magikoopa randomizer to give you a different item to get through the puzzle every time you go through it. So now we have to solve the individual routes, and we're kind of forced to find each of the solutions along the way. But the first time that you play this super world, the Magikoopa generator kind of gives you the possibility of a different solution every time. So it's fantastic. Yeah. Highly, highly recommend it. So basically, while you're solving it with one item, you kind of uncover various interactions that allow you to think about solving it with the other items. Okay, that's clear. So let's see what we have to solve this with next. Because, yeah, there are 7 different items that the Magikoopa can spawn, but only... This goes 2-2 up to 2-5, so because some of these solutions are isomorphic with each other, because of the similar behavior of the items that you pick up, we apparently only need to do 4 variants. So yeah, that's what was up with all the things that look like extraneous information, because it is a shared puzzle, but with a different initial item spawn. And it's kind of interesting what the 2-1 here does to enforce the random number seeding as well. It uses a clear condition to basically force a bit of unpredictable movement. Okay, coin solution I'm pretty comfortable with, I think. In fact, I'm probably most comfortable with the coin solution because we cleared this with the mushroom solution, which is basically the same. As long as we do things in sequence. Going to grab the bone shell first. And if I remember correctly, it's not an issue to grab the flower as well, because we know how to save the bone shell. Don't want to bump the clown car yet, so let's come through here. Let's pop this guy. Don't need to grab that, really. Okay. So now we need to do the POW activation, but saving the bone shell. Hang on. Soft drop here is fine. And clown car is going to push me around all day, because that's what it does. And then now we grab this. And... So yeah, no, they're not all red herrings. Ah, whoops, that's a mistake. Hang on. So yeah, Beach Inn, hope you've been doing well lately. I did, of course, see that massive Kaizo collaboration upload that you had been clear checking for several streams on end. But I don't really know what you've been up to since. Hope you're well. Oh, didn't you have a birthday recently? Happy belated birthday. That's something important. So I hope you enjoyed that as well. Okay, here we go. Fire flower. Okay, we had the right idea. I just needed to hold the shell so it doesn't get peeled off by these spike blocks. But everything else is fine. Yeah. Pop this. Cow block. Drop the shell. Whoops. That's okay. We do need to take damage anyway. The clown car is just going to assist me with that. Yeah, let's just drop one thing at a time. Move the P-switch over here, because that's its eventual destination. Nearly got popped into the saw blade. And that shell level... Ah, okay, it was dedicated to... Yeah, that's right, that's right. I think I got it confused with a different one. But now that you mention it, that is what it was. So... Okay, here we go. Grab the key. And yeah, I doubt we'll be tested on the mushroom solution because I guess the coin solution is equivalent. Same with the Goomba solution being equivalent to the Buzzy, as Mumuga was saying up above. Anyway, here we go. Mumuga, you don't see a solution that uses the cape? We'll find out in just a moment, because I feel like the cape... Well, I mean, the cape gives you the clown car in certain solutions, right? Because if the clown car is not spawning its way afterwards, not spawning its way outwards, there are certain solutions where the only way to obtain that is to get the cape first, but we'll see some of the other paths and see how this goes. Yeah, this has been really interesting so far. And, okay. We collected a lot of 1-ups on our way through some of those solutions there. So here's Galumba's way. Okay, never mind. Galumba is going to show up. Because there is going to be some kind of subtle difference between this and Buzzy, I guess. That we don't know yet. Anyway. Probably just from the way it stays alive. Oh yeah, no, because it doesn't activate Divine. That's the thing that's different. It doesn't activate Divine, but that's okay, because if we get it to wake up by 1 tile, it gives me Spiny Hat. And that should be fine, because I thought we had established that it gives me the Spiny Hat. And that's through the 2nd block, so that should be okay. Issue with the Spiny Hat, of course, is that it doesn't give me the bomb. Because it should just kill the bomb, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it does. That's fine, because we know that the Spiny Hat is going to... oh, it's going to break the POW block. Okay. It does kill this stuff, though. Which doesn't do much for me right now, but it's important to know that kind of thing, because if we spawn the POW first, so we don't destroy this block, if we spawn the POW first, if I duck with the Spiny Hat, I should be able to knock all of these out, grab the POW, and then the question that remains is, what do we do about this guy? And we'll have to see. Because that I don't know yet. And yeah, killing the Munchers is what's going to unblock my pathway to the POW. Okay. So yeah, let's spawn the POW first. I'm just going to reset this for a moment while I figure out what's going on. I feel like I have the right idea generally with transferring over to Spiny Hat. Yeah, no, that's just a kill. That's sort of important to know, actually, because certain solutions will work that way, and this one will not. So currently, the thing I need to figure out is how, with the Galumba route, I'm actually going to pick up the key. Because I don't know what the key activation is yet. And I feel like the key activation is probably going to depend on using something else to grab the bomb. I know that I'm going to have access to the mushroom once I get Spiny Hat. I don't see how that's useful yet. One thing I can do also is see... Okay, no, it's not like the Cape Feather. It's not going to do anything through there. And... yeah, let me think about this. Yeah, we've tried a lot of the bomb interactions previously. The only thing that I've noticed as the bomb route is using Buzzy Helmet. Like, Buzzy Helmet seems to be the only way you can use this, because all of the other routes so far seem to kill the bomb either with a P-switch or with something else, usually with the P-switch. The only way I've found to interact with the bomb at all so far is with the Buzzy Helmets. Okay, let's pop this guy up. We didn't need to do that, actually. To wake up would have been enough. But yeah, right now I'm just missing this. Don't know how to grab the key yet. And I'm trying to think about what could possibly interact with the key if it's not going to be the bomb. Since the Goomba route doesn't activate a P-switch, or rather it's not forced to activate a P-switch, I feel like maybe we need to think about the bomb as being part of the solution. And I don't know yet if that's the case. Don't know yet if doing any of this will resolve anything whatsoever. Probably not. Yeah, so I need to think about this Spiny Hat. What does the Spiny Hat give me? Spiny Hat gives me killing the Munchers, obviously. But what else does the Spiny Hat give me? Gives me killing the Munchers, gives me killing the bomb. And hey, Bex Plays, welcome. And you said hi to MSB Chicken, but it seems like they actually just stepped out. Yeah, Bex Plays, good to see you here, watching some more puzzles. Yeah, this has actually been a puzzle world. It's been really quite interesting so far, in that World 1 was basically all variants on a Thwomp positioning puzzle, and World 2 has all been kind of sub-puzzles of a sort of 2-1 multiple route puzzle that was dependent on Magikoopa random generation to choose what kind of solution would be available to you. I will actually give you the code if you're interested, because this is a very, very interesting series. That's the maker code. But yeah, I mean, today I've been doing all puzzle streams recently on this time slot, the Monday PM to Tuesday AM slot. Just because that has kind of opened up some possibilities in terms of the content that we do on the stream, so it's been nice to actually walk through some of these and collect some codes from other puzzle streams or puzzle people during the week. Okay, this allows me to bust through this block. I don't know that that gives me anything useful, except... No, I don't know that it gives me anything useful. You can bump those one at a time if you want the mushroom. I don't know if I want the mushroom yet. Because while I don't have the mushroom, I can kill these guys. I can grab the POW. Does the POW block elevate the bomb? I don't think it would. I think it would kill it directly on contact, because it would make contact with the one-way panel. However, the POW is potentially useful in that it would obstruct the mushroom and keep it in position somewhere. I don't know why that would be useful. Yeah, mushroom position, not going to do much for me yet. But anyway, I have a way to kill the Muncher without using the POW. It would probably just drop the mushroom on me right away. Puzzle is the new meta? Well, on my stream it is. I don't know if it is in very many places, although it's been kind of nice because if you do puzzles, you find it easier to find the other people who do puzzles, I will say, simply because the same makers send to them, and, you know, some of those makers become streamers as well, and then they receive puzzles, and you just kind of steadily expand your network. We've had some nights that were a little bit sticky, though, in terms of solutions I couldn't quite work out. But every now and then, it goes well. Look at this. Barely out of position, where if I have the mushroom, I feel like I can actually punch some of this stuff. Not going to be good enough to actually get me through the top, though. Not going to try to do any kind of POW drop technique there to go upstairs. So yeah, this I feel like will kill the bomb right away if I do the up throw. I don't want to do that. But possibly the POW. Yeah, I just don't know what to do with the POW yet. As somebody who's holding it. I mean, obviously, one thing the POW could do is just give me this location, then I don't need to worry about P-switches. But I still haven't figured out how to hit the bomb, basically. Maybe if I have the mushroom, I can take a hit by bopping the bomb from below. I don't like that. I feel like I would just hit the one-way panel, actually. And nothing would happen there. Yeah, I feel like up throw with the POW is definitely not going to be it. Having the mushroom allows me to damage boost through here, which allows me to activate the P-switch. I don't think I want to activate the P-switch because the P-switch would kill the bomb. I can activate a P-switch. I could even take damage to activate a P-switch, but I mean, I can do that now, but I do not see the advantage of doing that. Yeah, Momuga, I have the solution to at least one of those escape rooms that we did last week. The one that I did not finish last week, I'm pretty sure I know how to solve it. So I will be doing that next after I finish this puzzle world, I hope. This is the second last segment. So we'll see if we can find this solution. Can I release the mushroom without obtaining it? No, not really. It does come down and hit me right away, unless, of course, I use the POW. But I feel like in this solution, POW is going to be my way through. And that's... No, there's no way to pick up the P because it's guarded by spike blocks on both sides. Yeah, if we had the POW here, we could break some blocks, but that doesn't get me anything except maybe I can get enough height to go over to Bone Shell when I'm just tall. Except now I can't break through the ice blocks. Okay. Let me check. Let me do a quick height check, though. Oh, except I can't get through the POW with this now. Okay. Never mind. And can we get a spike helmet without putting on our head? I don't think so because you're in the middle of a vine climb while it's dropping. And if it drops past you, it drops onto the claw, and there's no way to get it out of the claw, as far as I know. This has been the only route so far as well, I think, where I guess the Buzzy helmet killed the Munchers as well, but you know, in terms of squashing the Munchers on the left, anyway. Yeah, I don't know that... I mean, the difference between this and the Buzzy route is that you get this spiny helmet, but if it drops down, it gets caught by the claw, and I don't see a way to get it once it is caught by the claw. What are the claws occupied? Then it just drops below the claw, and you still can't get it. By now I know what everything contains. I know that this column contains Cape Feather. This column contains Muncher, which drops on top of the P-switch. Third jump block rather contains Spiny Helmet, and fourth jump block contains Buzzy Helmet. And each of those interactions is kind of assigned to a different random seed for the variance of this puzzle. I was thinking about damage boosting towards it too. I don't know why I wrote that off, actually. I don't know why I wrote that off, because I was thinking about that, like many solutions earlier. But, oh no, because I don't have a way to take a hit here yet. I don't have any other kind of power-up up to this point. I feel like if I obtain a mushroom to the left side, then I can grab... Like, if I have mushroom plus spiny hat here, maybe standing on an object gives me enough reach to grab the bone shell. If I can grab the bone shell, then things start happening, because bone shell gives me the key. Also, I already kind of blew my chance to get this unless I peel off the spiny helmet first, but... What's this? I wonder if busting this guy does anything. I don't think so, but I've never tried it. Not really. I suppose I could do some kind of bump here, but that doesn't do anything for me yet. Yeah, the only ways we have gotten the mushroom is through a cape to whip the bottom layer here to lift the mushroom up. The cape can flick the bomb out. I wonder if just a hard throw of the Goomba will hit. I don't think it will, though. But I would not have thought that cape has enough reach to go through one ground tile. Unless you're thinking of doing a spin below or something. I mean... not like that, but... yeah, might have to restart this one. Just to rethink it. Okay, grab this guy. Is there anything else we can do with him before I walk him over to the spiny shell? First of all, let's spawn the Pow. That needs to come early. Yeah, get Pow first, as you were saying. I guess for this route yet, I don't know if the final interaction... whoops. Is going to be standing on a P-switch or standing on a Pow. If it's standing on a P-switch, then I can use a Pow to knock out the second of these munchers. And then that would, whoops, allow me to lead the mushroom over to the left without picking it up. I don't know if I actually like that idea, though. I feel like there are a couple of issues with it. P-switch activation plus Pow, of course, would allow me to just drop coins and destroy the blocks, but I don't see that as being useful in this route. Jumping on... whoops. Should have watched his positioning instead of reading chat, but jumping on him flips him upside down. I believe so. I believe it's always the case. And of course, I haven't really used a spin jump interaction either. We wanted to destroy it for some reason, but we probably don't want to destroy it. Oh, whoops. Throw up to put it on the cloud. Well, I mean, we can do it on any of these clouds, yeah. If we do it on this cloud, it just loops around. It doesn't actually activate the P-switch, I don't think, because I did try that previously, I think. Whoops. And yeah, I don't think it activates the P. It just walks across. Anyway, so far we know how to get the Pow and the Spiny Head. We are still missing the key method. And I have to think about this. We've seen two possibilities for the key method so far, which is Dry Bone Shell does a stomp, some kind of hard throw object, like a shell, just hits it directly, or we find some way to bump the bomb. If you bump the bomb, it does blow up accurately in this pocket. But I get the cape. Let me think about this, because Oh, you mean you're trying to get a single tile wake up for him to walk across the bottom level. Putting the gloom out on a cloud gets to cape. I don't... Oh, I see what you mean, because then the wake up touches the ceiling, right? Like, you're trying to set it up such that the wake up bumps against the ceiling so it doesn't go up by one layer. Yeah, I see what you mean. And yeah, that's correct. It's also going to activate a P-switch. Okay, so... Well, this now... I mean, technically, yeah, it is isomorphic, so some of the other solutions. The issue is that we have no bone shell. And without a bone shell, we have some issues, because first of all, we can't get the cape. No, sorry, we can't get the key. And secondly, I think we have some issues with the point of damage we have to take at the end. But yeah. Yeah, because Bone Shell is dead, and Bone Shell being dead is a big problem. And this loses the cape. So I don't know if we actually want the cape to hit anything on the right side. Okay. We can slide under for all that. Now, where would I want the mushroom? If I wanted to flick the cape over on the right side, let me think about why. Oh, you know what? Here's an interesting series of interactions. That Spiny Hat can break. Oh, no, okay, never mind. I was thinking Spiny Hat breaks this, Cape breaks this, but no, you can't actually get them both in the same run. That's the issue. You have to choose between Cape Feather and Spiny Hat. This is, I think, the only interaction that gives me the Spiny Hat at all, though, which is why I'm inclined to think that Spiny Hat is the actual route. Because the Cape route doesn't get me to the solution if I don't have the Bone Shell. And here, that early P-switch activation kills the Bone Shell before I can make any use of it, so I strongly suspect that Cape is not actually the route we want. Maybe it is, but I strongly suspect it isn't. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, let me think about this. Oh, let's take this. Yeah, I feel like we need to explore the Spiny Shell a little bit more first, because the Spiny Shell has not been a part of... Spiny Hat, rather, has not been a part of any of the other routes I've seen so far, so I'm kind of thinking about it that way, just on a meta level relative to the other puzzles. Set the POW on the P-switch and prevent the Muncher from activating it. Well, no, I mean, you can kill the Munchers. You can get the POW once you do that. I'm not worried about the Munchers activating the POW. I mean, the nice thing about the Spiny Hat is that I can carry the POW, and I can potentially use it as my door entry if I want. Now, there's probably no way to grab this key rather than the key inside the block. Right? One thing I haven't made use of at all is this platform with the bumper here. I don't know what this is all about, because you can have things that walk across, and I can't walk across because that would probably create issues with whipping that thing. I don't actually know why this bumper is here. I haven't done anything with it yet, and nothing I have seen actually uses it. Possibly it has to do with one of the wake-up patterns. If, for instance, you wanted to grab the cape. Yeah, no, I do know that the bumper is there to prevent that. I don't see why you wouldn't just put a slope there, though, or something like that, unless it's just for decorative reasons. Or, yeah, I'm not sure. It does give you a bit of a central visual anchor for the rest of the level, but... What do you think about this? Yeah, because I feel like if I do this, for instance, and then release the mushroom, then I can get the mushroom over here to this position, which still isn't enough of a reach to do anything useful, because I'd have to spend a POW to do that. However, if I drop the POW... Let's try to figure out how to not hit the mushroom. Oh, there we go. Oh, whoops. No, I thought the POW would obstruct, and it did not. No, I totally could have gone left. What I wanted to do was stand on the POW and hit blocks. And I was hoping that if I do that, I might actually be able to grab the bone shell. I still want to try that. I feel like the bone shell is barely out of reach, but... I still want to try that as a possibility, because the bone shell just opens up so much stuff. Cape route, once again, does get me up top, but gives me no bone shell, so... Okay, down here. What? Forgot the POW, forgot the POW. Yeah, I can't very consistently out-drop jump. I mean, I know you could probably do it if you just use the spiny hat plus POW and then, you know, item abuse your way up there to pop some coins. Like do a soft drop, and I don't really have that technique down now. Whoops, you see, I don't really have that technique down. D-pad issue. Lately I haven't been having too many D-pad related input problems because mostly I play off Super Nintendo controller. I switched to Pro Controller for the puzzle streams because sometimes the rumble tells me about things like bomb detonations that I might not notice visually, and so I keep forgetting the POW. Grab the POW. These solutions absolutely do not require item abuse. This is not a very technically challenging series of puzzles to execute. There's very little that's actually technical here. There are some things that are timing based that I've seen so far, but absolutely nothing Kaizo. Okay. Yeah, let's do the thing where I just try to touch the mushroom gently and collect it on the left side. Nope. Or I could just do this. That works too. Yeah, that's not going to be nearly enough reach to do what I want. Okay. However, it does let me do stuff like that. Problem is I can't get the POW across now unless I'm small. Still don't really know why the P-switch is mapped to these two blocks. I don't really know what that's doing, but apparently there's some kind of quality check that requires the POW to be destroyed if it's spawned in these positions before a P-switch is activated. Yeah, I feel like that's just mostly there to block some kind of unintended solution. Yeah. Not really seeing this yet, except, of course... I mean, if I have the mushroom, bumping into the bomb doesn't do anything useful for me. I can still activate a P-switch, it is still available. I could drop the POW in this location. No, no headroom to do anything here. Yeah. Nope. Highly doubtful. Yeah. POW up throw will just kill everything. No, POW up throw does not kill everything. Okay, no, we've got it. That's all there is to it. I was thinking that the POW activation would take priority. We still have a problem, though, that if I expend a POW, I don't have an object to stand on up here. So I still need to do something to grab an object, basically. You know what? And the thing is, you don't need a spiny hat to do the POW activation here. Yes, you do, because you need a spiny hat to grab the POW in the first place. Otherwise, you can't actually pick up the POW. So that's something. That is definitely something. So then the question now is, what do I do to rest? What do I do to... have something to stand on here? That's the only thing I need. If I'm spending a POW, that means I have to use the P-switches, and I currently don't have a way to destroy the ice block. The other thing that could happen, of course, is finding some way to bump these guys. Not really seeing that yet. I feel like it's not going to be a cape momentum thing. Hey, Safety and Man, welcome. Yeah, Safety and Man would be in the middle, near the end, actually, of a very interesting puzzle world. So anyway, we do know now that POW throw does in fact raise the bomb. It kills everything else, but it does raise the bomb. So that's sort of important. I wonder, actually. No, as we were saying, there's no way to just grab the shell. And because we aren't really able to do a damage boost prior to grabbing the shell if it's falling over to the claw. But I've been wondering about what else we can do with this guy here. But it really does look like hitting it with POW is the right idea. It's just that if it is the right idea, we need to figure out what to do here. And remember that we still need to be able to take an additional point of damage once I'm past the door. Okay, so far, yeah, don't want to hit that guy. And Mamuga has an idea. Wondering if the P-switch activation will do anything in the sequence that we've seen so far. Now, remember that the bomb doesn't necessarily need to go here. I mean, it probably needs to because we have no other way to destroy the block, but technically the bomb you know, if you have timing, it can actually do something with the on-off switch over here. The on-off switch, if you have not yet activated a P, actually drops the bone shell by 1 slot. And that's great, because if we can obtain the bone shell, step on this. Problem is, though, that we need to activate the POW in order to grab the bomb. If we activate the POW, bone shell is already dead. And we also don't have anything to step on in this location. So, no, it's going to be that. I don't think well, I need a damage boost in the last room. So I get the feeling that I probably do need to keep the spiny head. Although the mushroom is also an option if we need that. So maybe there is something here that requires me to lose the spiny head simply because having the mushroom available for the extra hits resolves this problem. The main thing we need to think about right now, though, is just if we're spending the POW here, what can I put here? Do we see a way, for instance, to go through the ice blast for a P-switch? Or do we see something else that I can step on? Because I see a couple of possibilities here. Either we need something else that's not POW to activate the bomb, or we need something else that's not POW that we can stay on here. And that's assuming the bomb is a solution to the key, and I very strongly suspect it is. Because even if we up here, here's an idea. Here's an idea. No, not far enough. Either that, or if I needed to do that faster, maybe. I was hoping to drop that on top of that and grab the cape. I feel like I can try that again. I don't know if the bomb detonation there was just a timing thing where it was supposed to bounce farther. But I don't really know some of my throw distances off the top of my head, so... Okay. I forgot the POW. Let's grab the POW. Luckily, I do have enough time to do that. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean, Mamuga, about flicking this spring here. If you wanted to create a trap. And also if you wanted to sneak underneath to grab the bomb, but then you would trap yourself there. So, that would not be that useful. Anyway, if we do this first, and then grab the POW, and then get the bomb, if I keep the bomb alive... Yeah, the thing I wanted to try was get here as quickly as possible. Aha! Aha! That's an aha moment right there. Okay, I can't raise the mushroom by enough anymore. Oh, right, because we activated the POW. Okay. This is great, though, except we killed the bone shell. And if we killed the bone shell, now we don't have a way to get the key. Because we also used the bomb. So, but we do have the clown car. Having the clown car doesn't really do anything for me anymore because the top left switch activation doesn't go either. Here's the issue, is that now we can grab the fire flower. Whoops, now we can grab the fire flower. No, it can't anymore because I don't have the cape. But if I had the cape, I could go get the Fire Flower. Fire Flower comes through here, punches to this, grabs the P-switch. P-switch then allows me to get through the door, but the problem is that since we spent the bomb up here, now I'm back to having no key. I have to say, I really do admire the kind of playtesting that must have gone into this to make sure that solutions were properly constrained to their paths. Because you would think that you could break so much stuff with, you know, possibilities from the alternate paths. And that has not been the case at all. It has actually been very solid. At least from what I've seen. Yeah, with the clown car, grab that, go all the way up. Yeah, the issue has been a POW activation. POW was the thing that killed the bone shell. How am I doing for time? Okay, no, I will obviously have to restart this one, but I have to think about this. Because I still don't have a way to do it. My head comes through here. Bomb can also break the P-switch out. That's a good point, but the thing is, spending the bomb at all gives me into trouble because I still need to get the key at some point. Right now I see the bomb method to get the key. I don't really have anything else I can use. Because previously on some of the other attempts, I was using Bone Shell, or a Buzzy Shell hit here for the bomb to blow that up. But other than Bomb and Shell, Bone Shell rather, I don't see how I can get this, because the only other thing would be to deflect something like a normal shell off the left wall, and we don't have that. And Momuga thinks there is a solution. Interesting. Thanks for not spoiling publicly just yet. But yeah, if you're exchanging ideas, that's potentially interesting, I guess. Potentially useful. Yeah, so I think getting the Cape Feather doesn't help me. But I still don't see why this mushroom... I mean, this mushroom would basically just allow me to become small so I can do some other business and then grab the mushroom to go through the final gate. But until then... I don't really see it, because... I mean, ideally I'd find some way to preserve the bone shell, but... that would require no activation of POW and no activation of P. As soon as either of those have been set, we run into trouble. The other thing I was considering is just, you know, having some kind of bomb activation that hits the on-off. That would have to be timed. Unless you come here and do an up throw, like up throw in this location with the bomb, because that would toggle the on-off switch, and then that would drop the shell by 1 while you were still wearing the spiny hat. So you come back over here. Problem is, of course, POW is already activated by that point. So you have a mushroom, maybe you're able to do that. I still would not be able to actually reach the shell though. You've decided the strat won't work, okay, yeah. Okay. Now, just as a matter for the length of the stream, because I really do want to show off the escape room solution that I had, I may have to bail on this one, since we had seen a lot of the other variant solutions already, and so I may have to hold this off until next week, just so we have time to see some other puzzles. But we got through a ton of stuff today in this world already, so quite happy with the progress we've made so far. This is really the second last level, so. And this way, you know, if you want to try the original randomizer form of this level, 2-1, it will not spoil much for you. I forgot to POW. Yeah. So I may have to call this one in a few attempts, unless there's anything new that I haven't tried that I really want to try. And then we'll move on to showing off the thing in the Redbeard puzzle from last week. Okay. You're gonna sign off? Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Beachin. I know that you normally don't kind of stick around this late, given that you end your own stream quite a bit earlier today, but very good to catch up with you. And yeah, we will have to have some kind of revenge against that poison shell level of yours at some point. Hopefully it actually is within my ability now. So here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to try the spiny shell method one more time. Now that we've spawned POW already. Oh, whoops. It was reworked and nerfed. Okay, so it'll be a little bit different. And I mean, given that I was literally dying by the second jump, it's not like I would really see much of a difference, I think, unless the poison timing itself was just nerfed from the beginning. Okay, here we are. And let's see. Lava level lament of your old super world, okay. Now let's see what's going on here. Got the Goomba into position. We have access to the POW as before. I think there's no advantage to keeping either muncher, so we'll dispense with that. What was I thinking of earlier with the bomb? Like, we still fundamentally need this. And the only way I can see to get it without the bomb is to get the bone shell, but the bone shell will die to the first POW or E activation. Yeah, good night, Beachin. And let me give you a quick shout out as well. Those of you who don't already know, Real Beachin has been growing his stream quite steadily over the past few months, especially during the months when I was away, and he has a very good all-round stream in that he's one of the players who is able to do very advanced Kaizo and shell tricks, as well as somebody who has an interest in puzzles like this one. And so you will see a very good amount of variety on that stream, and he's on pretty much every day during more of a primetime slot than what I can offer here. So do give him a follow if you haven't already. Very, very entertaining streamer in his own right. So with that, good night, Beachin. Okay, I was going to, yes, I was going to do the up throw to do the on-off toggle. I don't think that does anything useful. I don't think that does anything useful at all, but we'll try it. Oh, that didn't even hit that time. You need to hit pretty accurately, actually, to raise the bomb like that, which sort of indicates to me that that's probably the wrong idea to begin with. So. But let me try it just to see what the on-off would unlock with that route. I guess so far the Super World arrangement has accurately gauged that this route is trickier than the other ones by putting it after Fuzzy and Coin. I felt like Coin was the easiest, though. Coin / Mushroom was the easiest. But that's probably just a result of the order in which I was doing everything. Okay. Oops. Oh. Okay, I didn't realize that I had actually stacked the Goomba on the bottom layer because of its wake-up position. Never mind that. Yeah. Okay, let's grab this. And let's grab the spiny hat once again. Okay, too much damage. Yeah, I think at this point I'm actually sort of struggling with enough with some of the execution stuff. Safety of men. No, that's not how the multiplayer versus tag works. It will not only get versus, I don't think, although I'm not sure if it blocks endless players. That's a good question, actually. I do know that the single player tag blocks multiplayer. I don't know if multiplayer versus blocks it off from endless, and I didn't think so, given what I'd seen before from many levels that were tagged for multiplayer versus, but which had a ton of plays. And very few multiplayer plays, because you can see those separately logged. Okay, we're dying to silly things here. I'll like it when I'm back and when I solve this. I obviously like this series of puzzles, but I think we need to step back, maybe look over the video, rethink this. But we got through a pretty substantial amount of stuff. This was a 9-course world, and we are through 7 out of 9. But I really do want to show off this other thing that we had been working on. So yeah, that was from Funked. Once again, for those of you who missed the maker code, let me copy it into chat because that's what it does. Does your level have to have a lot of plays before it gets pulled for endless? No. Sometimes endless seeds a bunch of stuff that has almost no plays. However, if you get a really good initial run of likes, like if you have a very good likes ratio for the first few dozen plays or so, then the amount of attention on endless will kind of explode. And I don't know if that's off people playing off the popular tab, but you can definitely notice an effect of a level hitting critical mass, and I'm not sure how much that affects the endless seeding, but definitely the popular tab would do certain things to elevate a level like that. So anyway, next I want to show you the level I was not finishing last week. So that's going to be... oh, let's put in the level code. And I'll paste this into chat as well. So I think I solved this puzzle without actually solving the puzzle, and I'll explain what I mean in a moment. This is an escape room from January called Vanquish the Game Shark. It's by Redbeard, who makes a number of escape rooms that all have some kind of elements. Well, I mean, I've only done 2 of them, but they seem to have some kind of element of word puzzles. Like they have this sort of verbal element of finding a clue word using the clues that you find along the way, and that kind of gives you some kind of key to a combination locking mechanism at the end, at least from the levels we've seen so far. So we finished Desert Exodus last week, and we got halfway through Vanquish the Game Shark, and I'll show you what this is. And I'll also have to pull up my notepad for this. And I will also, once again, copy the code into chat for those interested. Even though I'm going to spoil most of the solution. Okay. So. Here's the initial room. There's going to be some ground decorations that tell you some things. So it's going to tell you GLHF. That's not useful, but it does kind of signal that you should be paying attention. Yes, Mamuga, I do still have the notes, and I'm going to pull them up. So here's how this puzzle works. I'm just going to do a quick explanation first for people who did not see this last week, so it doesn't look like a complete work of insanity. So there are 3 of these dials that are placed throughout the level, and they give you an alphabetic code that is based on color and position. So this code tells you that when you see a red block, the north position is A, northeast is B, and it goes C, D, E, F, G, H. And then there are similar dials. I'm not going to show you all 3 of them right away, but there are similar dials using the blue ice blocks and the yellow P blocks that give you the alphabet all the way up to the letter X, because it's 24 letters, because you have 8 directions times 3 dials. And so there are no Y's and Z's in this, I don't think, but at least I don't recall. Because now that I think about it, I think there might be something that has a Y, but you can see that, for example, this gives you I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and there's a final one that gives you, what is it? The letters from Q up to X. So, each of these rooms gives you one clue. So the green pipe room, for instance, gives you colored objects that are walking in a certain direction. And so if you look at the color and the direction, each of those corresponds to 1 letter. So when we bring up my notes window, I'll show you how that looks. So these are my notes from last week. Green pipe room gave you an enemy order. The enemy order sort of corresponded to a certain series of colors, which is yellow, red, red, yellow, red, blue, yellow. Corresponded to a number of directions. And if you decode this by matching the colors to the directions, you get the word weasels. So I'll show you what I've solved so far, because I solved 3 of the rooms. Let me just also just hide the notes for 1 second. I'll be hiding and showing these quite a bit along the way. Did I do the yellow pipe room? Let me show you the yellow pipe room. Yes, yellow pipe room was a spot the difference puzzle. So what this was each of the arrows and colors correspond to a spot on this grid as part of a coordinate system. And the idea was that if you look at these 2 images, there are some very minute differences between certain blocks, like how the this column and second row, the yellow row, you can see that the top image has an MTP block, the bottom image does not have an MTP block. So there are 5 differences in this image, as indicated by the 5 question blocks here that tell you that you're looking for a 5-letter answer. And if you decode it, like I did, what you will find, if I can look it up in my notes, is that it gave me the letters. Yeah, here's the yellow pipe room. C-A-R-W-L, which if you anagram them gives you the word crawl. And now, what I've discovered about this puzzle, I think, is that you don't actually need to anagram it, but if you wanted to do so, you would get the word crawl. So, let me just show you some of the other rooms, just so I can recap my progress through this so far. Because I have a theory about how this works, and I'm pretty sure the theory is correct. So there are 6 of these rooms. I'll show you the 3rd one here, which is the red room in the bottom left. So this one gives you a grid that is full of letters, and I'll show you how the grid looks in the notes. Because I did try to translate all of it And so yeah, when you do the red pipe room grid, you get this. If you translate each of the symbols to a letter. Now, I know this one too, actually, now. I figured it out retroactively. I didn't figure it out last week, but here's the sort of clue room for this one. The clue room tells you that you should be watching the pathways and imagining if a block started out on the right side and, decided to travel the way it's supposed to travel. And certain blocks are going to head towards the final question block. Certain blocks are going to form a loop. So what we did was we went through each of these rows and saw that certain starting positions will get into a loop. Like this one, we'll go here, and we'll just circle around or triangle around this triangle. This position here is going to do the same thing. This position here is going to send a block through this path and down to the question block. So we know third row is a bit different. And we saw that some of these other positions are going to create another loop that's going to be a parallelogram down here. Now, last week when I did this, I didn't know what to do with this information. Now I think I do. But I didn't realize that was absolutely going to be the answer until I'd realized something else. So I don't want to discuss that just yet. Let's take a look at some of the other clue rooms. So this central element here is the final passcode entry. I think it's final. This room says listen. That's because each of the colors corresponds to a musical instrument. And so when you listen to each of the colors, that particular tone will tell you if the clue is going to be red, blue, or yellow. So what we did here is that we knew we were looking for a 5-letter clue, and we hear 8 different pitches, or 8 different instruments, rather. Each of those 8, when you hear the sound, what you're supposed to do here is watch the direction of the fire bar. So the instrument that plays the sound gives you the color, and the direction of the fire bar gives you the angle. And so, once again, you have color, you have a direction, you can put those together, and there are 8 pitches that give you 8 letters that fill in the bricks. Now, this was partly solved with the aid of Google, because it was a little bit of a complete the phrase clue. And we did solve this one last week, where if you listen, here's the yellow pipe room, great. If you listen, you get these colors, and you get these directions, and they give you 2 words that correspond to the bricks that you see, which are cat and strut. So I basically just Googled cat strut, and it turns out that this is a phrase, and that's I think a song title or something that completes as stray cat strut. So the answer here is stray. So at this point, I've shown you all 3 of the rooms that I conclusively solved last week. I'll show you the other 2 clue rooms before the time has expired. And then I'll show you the key room, because the key room turned out to be the key to all this. And okay, so here, this one I didn't get at all. Each of these vines corresponds to one of these hard positions. These hard block positions. We're looking for a 7-letter solution. If you take a look at this room, you can see that depending on the positioning of the power-ups, there's a color clue and a direction clue. And there's also the rolling squirrel, because I think the implication here is the rolling squirrel points to, the rolling squirrel acorn rather, points to a certain direction. And when it's facing that direction, that's what you want. I didn't get very far with this one, because it seemed like you had 6 different acorns here. And I don't even remember what I was doing with this one, but I think it was, you know, whether you're looking at the 1-ups as being to the right of a vine or to the left of a vine or something like that. I had something that I was thinking about, but I never actually managed to do that one. And I was trying to do it by synchronizing it with when the mushrooms make contact with the ice blocks that are to the top right. However, for reasons that I will get into in just a moment, even though I didn't solve this puzzle, I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. And I will show you that in just 1 second. But I'll walk through the last clue room first, so I can show you what's going on. I actually wonder, looking at my notes, if I can recover an explanation of what I was doing with that pipe, but I just had no real progress in that room, so not really. Mamuga, hold that thought. Hold that thought until I finish, because I have more that I want to reveal about the puzzle. So, this is a simple grid. And the grid consists of a question block in each row, and 2 of the letter clues in each row. Now, the interesting thing about this... well, no, I'll discuss that in a moment, but basically we managed to decode the whole thing. And we have all this stuff that is 2 letters and a question mark in each row. And I wasn't quite sure what to do with this last week, but I also now know, I think, what the solution must be. But we had 3 solutions that I was very confident about. We solved weasels, we solved crawl, and we solved stray. And the other 3 I wasn't quite as clear on. But I have ideas about 2 of them, I just don't really understand the vine room at all. But let me show you now what the code entry room is like. Because this is the key to everything. So, the code entry room gives you what we eventually recognize. Well, this is one of the clue rooms leading up to the code entry room. I'll go over to the actual entry first, because it's important that I show you what the thing we're aiming towards is. So, here's the passcode entry. You have to hit a certain number of times to create a blaster arrangement, and that allows something, presumably a mole or something, to walk over to the on-off switch, which is going to activate with something like a bomb that drops out of the note block. When it activates, you'll come through here with the spiny hat, which is what allows you to punch in the code, and you'll be able to punch through the fish, through the cheap sheep, and then get through the blue pipe. Now, so we know that there are 6 different numbers that we need to punch in, and that the numbers correspond to each of these enemies. And there are 6 different enemies. Now, we did a bit of a partial decoding. Last week when I was working on this, I didn't understand this room yet. I now understand this room. I understood this actually pretty much as soon as I logged off last week, and it just hit me like a bolt of lightning, and I thought, okay, that's the key. I totally understand this, and it gives away so much. This room we determined last week is actually a Nintendo Switch. So, the enemies correspond to buttons that are on the Switch, that then correspond to letters. Spike is on the L button, Monty Mole is on the R, and then these are A, B, X, and Y. So we have that in the notes as well. So this is from last week. The Switch room gives you that. that was as far as we got. That's all we managed to do. We managed to solve Weasels Crawl Stray, and we managed to solve this. But as of last week, I didn't understand how that would map to the code entry. I didn't know how to get from the solutions to what the letters here were telling me. But then I thought about the Yoshi room. And now watch this, because this is the key to the whole puzzle. Let's screenshot this and look at this in the album, actually. I think that's going to be much easier. No, we can just look at it. I might time out, but we'll just look at it. Okay, so let's write down the objects that we see in the Yoshi room. We'll call it the Yoshi room for lack of a better name. You see Yoshi, you see Vine, you see Star, Seesaw, Claw, Bumper. Unless, of course, we look for some synonyms. I sort of considered using Egg instead of Yoshi, for instance, and Vine I wasn't quite so sure about. But this actually gives so much away when you correspond it to the solutions that we already have. Weasels, Crawl, and Stray. Now, what do we see here? We see the word Weasels, Crawl, and Stray. Watch this. Star is Stray, but when you remove the Y. Claw is Crawl when you remove the R. Seesaw is Weasels when you remove the L. So now we have 3 remaining clues. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I realized at this point that, first of all, 2 things. Stray, Weasels, and Crawl. Look at this. YLR. All of these letters that have been subtracted correspond to the switch controls that we saw earlier. So we know that the only letters that we're going to be adding are going to be L, R, X, Y, A, B. Now, as some of you know from my regular streaming schedule, I don't just stream Mario Maker on this channel anymore. I also stream competitive level Scrabble. That suddenly made this puzzle actually very easy for me, because I just think of each of these now, each of these possible solutions as a word that is added to a blank tile that creates another word. So I would be looking at Yoshi plus blank, for instance, equals something. And yeah, as Meng has definitely realized, as Der Yogurt Hose in chat has definitely realized from dropping by many of the Scrabble streams, we know that Vine plus blank equals something. And we know that Bumper plus a blank equals something. And we know that the only things that the blanks can be are one of these 6 tiles. This makes it suddenly really easy, because like I look at this and I instantly see the 7-letter solution is going to be Plumber. Which means that the missing tile here is going to be L. I look at this. Let's align this properly. Vine can be a whole bunch of things, but I look at Vine, for instance, and I think about the different tiles here, and I see Vixen. I look at Yoshi, and I see Boyish. So, there you have it. We have all 6 solutions. We also have them in order. So, now we know that this is going to be B. We know this is going to be X. We know this is going to be L. Now, this was just a theory I had. So notice that I've solved this now without actually solving half of the clues. we know that this will then correspond to some of the enemies. That the code would therefore be something like this. Bomb, Red Koopa, Red K. The Y is going to be Muncher. The Mamuga, this is not cheating, this is inference. And it's funny because I've solved some other code-based escape rooms by logical reasoning before as well, where you would see passcode clues and then you would actually be able to just short circuit it by thinking about the structure of the puzzle. And of course we have to test this theory. You'll notice that I don't actually have it clear on this yet. Well, you would have noticed if you saw the title screen. This is just a theory I have. But I think it's a very, very good theory. Because I thought about it pretty much as soon as I understood the Yoshi room and saw everything come together. Weasel is going to be L, which is going to be Spike. Claw is going to be R, which is Mole. Bumper is going to be Spike. And given the order that we see in this room, let's presume that it is in order. Bomb, Red Koopa, Muncher, Spike, Mole, Spike. Let's try it. And then I will go back afterwards to look at the rooms that I didn't actually solve properly. Just so we know what the actual structure of the solution is. So watch this. Bomb. Red Koopa. Muncher. No, Muncher, we leave it as is. Spike. Mole. And Spike. I should be able to lead a mole, I think, over to the bomb now. Watch this. Ah, it's a spike ball, okay. And up we go. Here you are. And we already got a clear condition, but in case we missed the fish somehow, we could always kill some more. And they even have the sound effect attached. So, I'll go back and I'll show you now how I understood some of the unsolved rooms afterwards, because I still don't understand the Vine room, but I definitely understand the other two. Okay, let's get back in. And let's raise the clear rate some more if I actually do take this all the way to punching in the code. Okay. So, the rooms that we're missing, if I recall earlier. Red pipe to the left, first of all. So, this was the one where I couldn't quite understand how to differentiate the loops from the rows that were going to the question mark. I think I do understand it now. So let's bring up once again the grid I had for this room. If I can find it. Here's the grid. So let's figure out what gets into a loop and what actually goes to the question block. So this one here, loop and snoop. Second one here gets into the loop. So we'll just write some of this stuff down as we go. And we'll go loop 1 because it's a triangle. We know that everything else goes to a second loop near the bottom. This one goes to the question block. Now, fourth row goes diagonal, and it goes into loop 2. Just gets dumped in there. Fifth one goes directly up to the same starting position as the fourth one, and so we know that goes to loop 2. This one does as well. This one just goes up to row 6. So the only row that goes to the question block is row 3. If we follow row 3, what do we get? We get B, goes down here. I goes up. X goes up. E goes down. N. And then you get dumped here. So, my theory was indeed correct. The solution to that room is, in fact, Vixen. Now, let's take a look at the bottom right room, because that one I understand now as well. And Mamuga, afterwards you'll have to tell me about Divine Room, because I will admit I still do not understand how to read that one. Because I haven't had a reason to think about it. I've solved it, right? So, let's bring this up again. And so yeah, here's the bottom right door. Now remember that the kind of clue that I had was boyish. I understand now why that is. It's because this, BRB, OMG, and then the idea is that if you kind of understand some of these, you should be able to understand all of them as just being 3 letters of internet speak. So if you do this, it's going to be B, whoops, let's B, O, Y, I, S, H, and then that's Yoshi plus B. For Divine Room, Mamuga, you might just have to spoil it because I think I just didn't get it. But let me go back to it and take a look, because I haven't really taken a proper look at it since I solved it as Plumber. But yeah, the issue with this room was... I don't even have good notes on this one, because I just had nothing. The issue with this room is that I didn't know how to find 7. Like, I didn't know how to think of this as 7 segments. I was thinking of top segment here as like a bit of a timing thing. And Mamuga, I'll follow you in just one moment. I just want to explain like how I was reading this. I was thinking of this as some kind of synchronization thing where you're waiting for the mushrooms to be in the rightmost position, because that would give you the position, like the snapshot that you want of everything else. And I was thinking of this as like being segment 1, 2, flowers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's 7 segments, right? So the idea would be like, then how do I see this and read it as being a P? Now, I remember now the thing that I was thinking about last week is, let's say I'm thinking of the squirrel position as being to the left or the right of the fire flower or the one-up mushroom. Like maybe then that would give me the color that's in the triangles. But to me, I just couldn't figure out a consistent way to decode that. Particularly because you would have some segments that are just a flower sitting alone or the one-up mushroom sitting alone. And so I just didn't get the information I wanted. So why don't we go over to the hint room? And then, so Mamuga, so did you actually figure this out as Plumber separately? Like, did you actually manage to find a solution to this, or? Or did you just kind of have the general idea of how to read this? Because it sounds like you solved it separately, but I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, so you can see here that I was sort of thinking about the left versus right positioning of the one-up mushroom and the fire flower. I couldn't figure out what to do with the directional dial, right? Oh, you found a 9-letter word. Okay, so you actually didn't get the right answer then. Were you thinking of a 9-letter word because you were thinking of the bricks? Oh, I see. I see that you found 9 letters, and then, as with the music room, where 8 letters gave me a 5-letter solution, you found a 9-letter word that gives you a 7-letter solution. I see, I understand. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about how to do these bricks, that's the issue. So I guess the idea is that you should, in fact, be thinking about these nodes. Okay, no, I suddenly have a bit of a flash of insight. I wasn't even looking for 9 letters, and I wasn't even thinking about these as bricks the way that I should have, because of the way that bricks indicated the thing that the clue was pointing to in the music room as well. Because now it looks like each of these gives you a clue as to whether it is how it is positioned relative to the flower and the mushroom. And yeah, maybe I'll tell you in just a minute. Let me just try to figure this out first to see if I understand this any better. And it's also going to give you a position that's sort of relative to mushroom and acorn. And so, let me see here. I need to go back to the clue room. But I now see that I should actually be reading the positioning of the hard blocks, shouldn't I? And the hard blocks have some kind of relevance that's relative to everything that's going on here. Because this is telling me how... Like, with the bottom clue, it's telling me how a segment like that with one squirrel correlates. So I'm looking at the right side and trying to figure out when the acorn is pointing to the bottom left, and it's pointing to the bottom left when the squirrel is right on, when the acorn is on the tip of that track. So maybe the tip was what I wanted, but yeah, because it may be depending on whether you're looking at a mushroom or the acorn. The acorn's rotational direction doesn't actually matter. What matters is the positioning in the segment. But ooh, I don't know about that, because the segments are of different length, so you're never going to be able to map that exactly. And we ran out of time. Okay. It's direction. Okay, it is direction then. So yeah, okay, so it is based on rotational direction of the acorn, but I just couldn't see how that maps. Because if we go back in... Yeah, you can see that that has a certain width. And I was definitely getting the idea that the timing of this top right segment matters, that the mushroom was giving me a first letter that was definitely going to be something blue. But that I didn't know what that was going to correspond to. So we actually still haven't solved this word clue then, if it is a 9-letter word. And Safety Man Bedtime for you. Well, thank you for joining us for so long. And we'll see you on another stream, so thank you for dropping by. I hope this was invigorating. So yeah, I still don't really see it, because like I'm trying to watch the bottom clue to see when the rotation actually corresponds. And I don't see how that maps to the positioning of the power-ups on the dial on the right side. Is it when it's making contact with the hard block? No, it's not. And yeah, Safety, it seems like, from what I've played from this maker, that's everything here is some kind of word puzzle. Like, everything here has an element that is word puzzle. You start with red, right, and then the acorn rotates it one motion. unclockwise direction. Ah, and then the mushroom is counterclockwise. Okay. Okay, I don't know if I would have gotten that. That's... Yeah, I see. So... because the acorn only does one full rotation in that space, it only rotates at one spot. Is that the idea? Huh. But then what do you do with the mushrooms? Because the mushrooms don't rotate. So what do you do with the mushrooms in the first segment when they just don't rotate at all? Because it seems like the mushroom is going counterclockwise here, but I don't see what that does for me in the clue that's on the top segment. So I'm not really seeing it. And Melissa Plays, thank you for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we solved this puzzle already, but we solved it in a way that took a bit of a shortcut. So we're figuring out the parts that I shortcut. Because the acorn is clockwise, the dial rotates clockwise. The mushroom rotates it counterclockwise. I understand that, but I don't understand... Oh, is it each square then? Because here's the thing, the artwork of the mushrooms doesn't rotate, right? And... your hands are frozen. You should warm your hands, I suppose. Unless you're, you know, using a mobile device outside or something in the middle of winter. But yeah, I hope the snow clears up soon. I'm absolutely no stranger to snow at this time of the year, but thankfully we don't have any here right this moment. 2 mushrooms rotate 2 times. Oh, okay, so it's the number of them. Then why does the position matter then? Unless the position just doesn't matter. Okay, so I see. But then the mushroom is going to go counterclockwise, right? So yeah. I see what you mean now, because the starting position is west. So because you have 2 mushrooms in this segment, the length... I don't know if the length matters, but 2 rotations is going to turn the dial first of all southwest and then south. And so blue south is going to go I, J, K, L, M. You know, I kind of half expect that if it's M that the clue is just going to end up being like Mario Bros or something, and that would give you plumber. Length doesn't matter, it only indicates the hard block position, okay. It only indicates... oh, I see. The length is only there in order to get everything to line up with the elements down there, okay. Right, and then so if you wanted a second letter, you would need to look at this guy. The issue, though, now is that I would need to figure out how the colors correspond. And I think it is going to be based on whether things are to the left or right. But I don't know what the initial positions of anything are, right? Like, are the initial positions like this going down and then the next one's going down, so such that it's pointing in to the layout? Such that, for example, this guy, you think of it initially as pointing down. So you have 2 rotations clockwise, and so that would be pointing left. Maybe. Unless all of these are supposed to be thought of as starting with a pointer to the left, but I doubt it. I think the idea is that you follow the path, right? If you follow the path, we need to write things down, I think. Okay. Let me get the notes out. So let's go plumber room. Target is going to be 9 letters. And so we're going to have 9 segments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me think about this, because I feel like maybe the clue here, I don't know if I would have been able to figure this out myself from what the clue room was telling me. But segment number 1 is going to be mushrooms that are, okay, it's going to be blue. Let's do the color. And it's going to be 2 mushrooms, so that's going to be west. Going clockwise is going to be south. Blue south is going to give me the letter M. Second position in order of pathway. Yeah, so we'll be unscrambling this afterwards, but let's go in order of pathway right now. Whoops. Let me just get the notes down. It keeps the color until the road hits the fireflower. Okay, that I don't get. Let me take a look at this again. Okay, because I would have thought that it would be like positioning, but if it's totally independent of positioning, then no. Oh, I see. No, I see. Fireflower rotates the color counterclockwise, such that Fireflower goes in the direction of blue to red to yellow to blue to red to yellow. 1UP goes blue to yellow to red, blue to yellow to red. Yeah. Okay. So this way we actually know what all the colors will be. Right? Let me just sit on top of this for a moment. And let's get the notes out again. So we know first 3 segments are going to be blue, blue, blue. And then Fireflower rotates it, so that's going to be red. Red. Yeah, I don't know about that clue. But I mean, it's obviously fair enough for you to figure it out, so you definitely got something out of it. So, yeah, maybe it's just that I didn't know how to read this thing. Anyway, sorry. How many blocks am I on? 1, 2, 3, whoops. Let's do this again. Yeah. Let's go back to that room. Not the first block. Yeah, let me redo this. Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. That's how problems happen. So, it's, yeah, because the first block is given to me as blue. Blue, 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 blue. Oh, okay, no, because I was thinking of the segment that begins with a Fireflower as being affected, but no, I guess you only have a rotation once the road hits the Fireflower, right? So after the Fireflower, you get red, and then red, yeah, and then you see another rotation that goes back to blue. And then you see another rotation that goes to yellow. And then finally you end on yellow. That's okay, Melissa Plays. I didn't understand this puzzle either. I understood the rest of this whole puzzle level. This was the one that I didn't get. And I doubt I would have gotten it without Bemuga, basically giving me the decoding, because I just didn't understand the clue room. So, I do understand the structure of the rest of the thing, though, enough to guess the solution to this, but I didn't actually solve the word itself, so let's go through it now. You have 2 clockwise rotations after south. So, assuming that the direction is going to begin with the direction of travel, it goes south, and then you rotate over to west. So, and that's going to be M, N, O. Just watch, it totally is going to be Mario Bros. As the clue. I absolutely think I can guess at it already. Although maybe not, because you have the same color here followed by 2. So maybe it's not, because it looks like this is actually the same. Oh no, maybe it's direction preserving. I shouldn't be thinking about the blocks as having a direction. I should think of the... Yeah, if it's working by the same logic as the color, like basically the current color or the current direction conserve inertia, basically, coming out of the previous rotation. In which case, it goes south and then west, and 2 additional... How did I forget the first letter? I thought I completely got the first letter. Thank you for the follow. No, because the first letter is blue and pointing south, right? Because of the 2 rotations from the mushroom. Second letter is going to be... I need to screenshot this. Whoops. Screenshot this. Hang on just a second. Let's get into the album. So you can see all of my Mario 35 statistics. Okay, let's do it this way, so we can stare at this patiently. Oh, yeah, no, I forgot that the blue block actually was assigned to a column, because I didn't count. Yeah, 8 segments, it's 9 letters, and therefore 9 blocks, yeah, and 9 vines, yeah. I see what I did there, so. But we know that the second one is going to be M then. Third one is going to be O. First one is going to be... Oh no, the first one is going to be O. Wait a minute. Maybe that's right, because you have 2 clockwise rotations, 2 counterclockwise rotations. Yeah, no. I actually think it is going to turn out to be Mario Bros. Just watch. Okay, and then you have 2 further rotations clockwise, right? So that's going to be I. The direction is north, so that's going to be I. There is no rotation here, so that's going to be A. Then there is 1 rotation clockwise. This is going to be B. Is it going to point northeast? And then you have a change of color that points northeast, which is going to be J. That doesn't seem right. Hang on, I may have messed up here. Oh, no, because the 1-up mushroom counts as a mushroom. Doesn't it? I think Fireflower is just Fireflower, but the 1-up mushroom, I think, actually counts as a mushroom. Maybe. Because assuming that it does, and then it gives you 1 rotation back. If I'm not mistaken. No. I think this is wrong. Yeah, so this is the first one. Number 5 is the first one with the Fireflower. Then you see a squirrel. Then you see 1-up, which may or may not be back to north. If it is back to north, it's I. Otherwise, it's J. Let's put J question mark here, maybe. And then it's going to be yellow. I feel like it's just a change of color, actually. If it doesn't make sense, we'll know very quickly. Oh, Mario Job. Except, yeah, I think it is J. Except that's only 8 letters. Mario Job. Yeah, okay, that's why it would give you plumber. Like Mario's job, if it's giving you that. Okay. I was so sure it was going to be like... Yeah, I get it. Because then you get 8. And with no rotation, that's going to be R. And then you get 9. And with the same color, but with a rotation to the east, you get S. So you're right, that is Mario's job. Because now you put this in a sequence. The sequence is going to be number 2 first. And then 5. Let's just walk through it, even though we kind of know the answer already. 6. I'm going in order of the vines now, from left to right. So that's going to be 4. And then it's going to be 3. And then, whoops. Let's keep the screen active. I feel like I missed something. Oh yeah, no, then it's going to be 9. That's... Oh, and you missed position 8. Okay, no, I missed position 8. It's going to be 2, 5. Position 8 is after that. 8, 4, 3, 9, and then 3 more to go, right? So that's going to be 7, 1, and then 6. And so we respond this accordingly, and we do in fact get Mario's job, which is plumber. And which matches what we saw earlier. So yeah, we managed to get plumber, we managed to get boyish, and we know how the rest of the clue went. So let's see if I can actually speedrun this thing. Let's just get the code prepared. Bomb, Red Cooper, Muncher, Spike, Mole, Spike. It's not going to be a tight record. Somebody might have gone for it already. But I'm just going to go for it anyway. Oh, you know what? No, let's start over so I can go straight up the pipe. Hide the notes. And let's see how quickly I can do the code entry. Just to get that extra clear since we're still playing around with this thing anyway. And somebody else can probably tighten this up much further, but you know, we'll do it. Okay, bomb. Red Koopa, Muncher, Spike, Mole. Oops. Not a tight record at all. And there we go. Yeah, Muga, thank you for staying for so long. And for helping me with the plumber clue, because I did not figure out how to read that one. But then I think the linchpin that I was missing was thinking about the bricks as the clue that I was trying to solve, rather than, you know, the question blocks. And like I said, if I had thought about how I'd solved the music room, I should have been able to get that. Okay, unfortunately, we will not have time to do any of the big escape rooms after this, but at least not in today's stream. But we have 3 more to go from Redbeard, and given the sort of natural affinity between word puzzles and what we do in this stream, I think I will do at least one of them next time we have a puzzle stream, which will likely be this week. I'm not finishing just yet. Let's do 1 or 2 short ones, perhaps. Last week I ended with some of the short puzzles by Grikowski, and those are usually kind of easygoing enough that they are a nice, encouraging way to finish, and also very inventive often, so I will probably go back to that and give you a code to work with there. Once again, I'll share the code for the maker here, Redbeard, and then you can see what other escape rooms are in store. The one we just finished being Vanquish the Game Shark, which we amply did. So, let me just punch in probably he's on my list somewhere, but my list is so long that is actually faster to punch in the code, I think. Do I have his maker code? Yeah, 3. The art, yeah, Mamuga, thank you for dropping by to see this solution. As you can see, we skipped a few steps, but managed to trace our way back to what the design was supposed to tell me. And once again, I don't know if I could have gotten the plumber room without some assistance from your having solved it already. It seemed like you already said you had an idea for it that you tried last week. And of course, at the time, I didn't want any spoilers, so. Okay, probably just going to do 1 or 2 of these before we decide to call it for the night. But they tend to have a very reliable pace. This is not a puzzle. And they tend to be fairly conceptually isolated, so. We'll just see how many we can fit in. Here's towering trees and buried beasts. Twin timbers stand guard over 2 entombed souls, 1 warm and 1 cold. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. Okay, so we have 1-ups that are kind of in there, and eventually we need to take Yoshi with me, and yet manage to get out. So Yoshi will likely have to hold some kind of object to stand on, like a POW or something, in order to make that jump. Okay, and it will likely not be a bone shell, unless we have to jump on top of it, which the bone shell would just crumple, I think, so. Okay, on-off switch is going to lock me above, but also allow me to pass objects through the bumper. So I know that I can do a Yoshi push, for instance, through a bumper. Also, the other thing I can do is I know that a seesaw would be able to pick up the bone shell if I apply weight on the other side. And then I would potentially be able to lift it. So let's see what I can do here. Looks like I need to just jump swiftly. Or just take the bumper, maybe? Hang on. Let's see. Trying to develop momentum here. Trying to do a bit of momentum trickery here. I should be able to make this, though. I just need a little bit of a run before I apply too much weight. There we go. Yeah, that's just normal jump. This thing here seems to imply jumping into it creates a block. And I don't know what that spawns. Another vine, okay. So basically that's there to prevent any particular shenanigans with jumping off Yoshi or jumping out of the bone shell. Probably jumping off Yoshi. We do know that we can reset this and that block disappears. It just enforces a climb. And I know that I should be able to pick up a shell doing this. Said I know. There we go. Climb. And then I should be able to weigh this down. The other thing is that I can also lift Yoshi using the same method on the other side. That there might be a swallow at some point in my future as well. Okay. Well, we can lift Yoshi this way. Okay, that prevents me from going through. Interesting. Yeah, but I can give Yoshi a push. That restores equilibrium. This would kill Yoshi though if I tap it again, so I can't do that. And however, come through here. And it doesn't matter if I kill Yoshi. Oh, whoops, I accidentally tapped that. Should not have tapped that. Trying to see if there was a way that I could do sort of a soft landing for that shell on the other side. Let me go back here and try that once again. We know, whoops, let's not hit that block. Yeah, we know we can do the lift. We know furthermore that I can gate this off, that the off switch basically exists such that I'm able to get back out. And of course I am entitled to the reset as well. Yeah, if I can give Yoshi enough of a push to get him through completely, that'd be great, but if I don't, then one thing I can do is send a shell coasting in such a way that it hits the on-off anyway. Like if I push Yoshi just enough, I should be able to in fact fire the shell such that it hits the on-off switch, and well, that would kill Yoshi, so that doesn't seem to help. And the objective, remember, is that I need to get Yoshi into the middle room. And get myself into the middle room in order to ride him out. Currently, it's not really happening yet. Particularly not with the reset position being what they are right now. I mean, I can kill Yoshi, but that wouldn't... Oh, no, he doesn't kill, actually. He just gets bumped. So if I bump Yoshi over to the right side, then I'm probably fine. Except Yoshi keeps bumping that way. I probably need some kind of seesaw weight in order to get Yoshi into the appropriate position then. So the question is, can I apply some seesaw weight that allows me to obtain Bone Shell on a more permanent basis? Let me see. I can of course always jump off Yoshi. Oops. And I mean, I can do that either way. I can also do that in the off position if I wanted everything to be nice and regular, but looks like if I lower the shell this way, it'll just land on top, which is great. Because being able to obtain it regularly is what I want. And then the idea would be I go through here with Yoshi. And I can hit on-off. To open that passage, I can send a shell through. If I send a shell through, then I feel like the shell landing on the seesaw is going to spill Yoshi over just a bit. such that when the on-off switch is hit, Yoshi actually pops out of the right side instead of the left. No. Okay. Wonder if that was a matter of the angle or something else. I was so confident that that would be what we need. I wonder if it was just an execution problem. Anyway, that's going to lift as soon as we want to lift it. Yeah, I might as well get Yoshi out of here as well. Yeah, get him out. And that just gives me Yoshi, which is great. I can, in fact, just drop Yoshi and then hit the on-off switch. This way. That seems too simple. I don't like it, but I have the access to Yoshi going down here. I see why you can't jump now. In terms of what it's trying to prevent. Okay, that's okay. We timed out. That's fine. Let me just retrace my steps. I see now what is theoretically prevented. Okay. Grab the bone shell. Climb up. Nope. Failed to grab the bone shell. As always with Grikowski's puzzle, you have to admire the sort of aesthetic element of them. They're always very beautifully decorated to really look like a place, rather than something totally abstract, even if they are one screens, and then even if the artwork does take up some real estate. Yeah, I feel like using Yoshi in terms of seesaw weight might be something important to do here. Come on, Yoshi. Let's let this whole thing up first, then force it down. And yeah, we just need to give him a push from here, right? There we go. And I can take him out of here if I want. And oh, forgot to raise the shell. I need to do that. Up we go. No. Up we go. Raise the shell. Okay. Now we can head over here. Should be able to get down. Now I can't hit the on-off switch if for some reason I want to get in there, but fundamentally Yoshi and I still need to end up in the middle by the end of it all, so I know the idea should be to use Yoshi here, for instance, so I can impose weight on the seesaw. I think I want to drop Yoshi into the middle by the time I'm done. Can't be this simple. I don't think it's going to be the bone shell just sort of firing in there. Nothing to take damage from either. I wonder if using the reset is going to do anything for me. And it actually might, because of the way that when you are wearing a bone shell, for instance, it does, I think, allow it to respawn as an entity. Let me try this with a reset door. Let's see if I come back here and get a second bone shell. No, I don't. Okay. No, it didn't think so. I am confusing that with the blaster behavior. For sure. So, let's get back here. Drop this guy. Raise him. Push him back out, maybe? Oh, there we go. Push this. And... yeah, that's not going to do what I want, obviously, but it's because we haven't interacted with the puzzle yet. I guess that's what the bumpers are for, is just give you that interaction to recover Yoshi if needed. Now, if I swallowed a bone shell, would that give me anything? Like if I just have a totally even surface for it to ride on. Like, maybe that's something. So, for example, I just do a spit. No. And it's not going to do it that way unless I have something weighting down the middle. You know what? I can do that, because I just need to drop Yoshi in the middle, and then I know exactly how to do that, in fact. Except I can't do it here. I do need to set the whole thing, I think. Let's start over just to keep things clean. Yeah, pretty sure it's just dropping Yoshi in the middle section. Manually. And using him to weigh down the seesaw on the left. What? There we are. So we now grab Yoshi, don't push. Land. Said land. There we go. And we'll put Yoshi on the leftmost block, because then he'll drop onto the seesaw and impose some weight. Okay, great. Because now, down here... oh, no, I forgot a step. I forgot a step. Let's start over, and need to actually remember to raise the shell first. Yeah, fairly simple micro puzzle actually. Just a matter of keeping the order straight on some of the moves. And that's the other nice thing about these puzzles, is that the resets are fairly gentle, so that when you feel like you are one step away from completion, just one adjustment away from doing it right, the resets are just very accommodating to let you make that happen. Of course, just for efficacy, we are often doing the full reset anyway, so I need to raise the bone shell, make it accessible. Jump out here. Get Yoshi into position. Tap this. Okay. Was hoping to bump around, but that's actually not necessary. We'll drop Yoshi on the left. So we'll drop Yoshi on the left. Tap this again. The bone shell should hit accurately now. Okay. Okay, that's it. Very simple. Except I now need an object that will get me up above. And I completely forgot about that. That's... yeah. And hey, Wildebeest Plays, welcome. Good to see you as well. Yeah, I'm not going to be on for too much longer. I've just been I've been doing some really long things today. I got through 7 out of 9 segments of a puzzle world that was really interesting, and which involved things like some RNG manipulation and some collision logic with tracks that I hadn't seen before. And we presented the solution to a word puzzle escape room that I actually managed to solve using crossword skills. So, it's been a reasonably interesting day, but also one where I am not going to be staying on for very much longer. So, yeah, puzzles just take a lot of practice and also some degree of patience. I mean, they are mostly just about... Well, I mean, escape rooms have a lot of external information, I guess, but the ones that are just based on item logic just require, you know, maker experience plus a bit of experimentation. Okay, I was missing one step here, which is some way to jump, and I can't capture a second shell here. I do just need to hang on, grab a shell and probably just place it in such a way that Yoshi is able to swallow it. And I think I should just be able to jump on top of it when I get across. Okay. So yeah, Wildebeest Plays. I hope you're doing well. I mean, I guess... Yeah, I know you're usually on most days around this time, which is why you're such a frequent raid target, and hopefully you've been enjoying all the levels on your end recently. Definitely seems like your place is the stream to be at. Reviewer levels especially at a certain hour, which is why we keep sending you people. And good morning, Hyperion Smokestack. I'm going to be wrapping up fairly soon, but we got through a really good chunk of puzzles today, and so it's been a productive stream. Okay, let's position the shell a little bit better so that Yoshi can get the swallow. That's much better. Now, if I'm correct, I should be able to just do a jump off of this thing. Although bone shells are a bit weird because often you just kind of crush them. But there we go. No crush over here. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about dry bones in terms of the crushing interaction. Just getting ready for work, okay. Well, thank you for dropping by to say hello anyway. And yeah, Wildebeest Plays, I guess a lot of people are making that scheduling adjustment, I think, as we all gradually start to exit the pandemic. I am not exiting the pandemic. We actually went back into lockdown here. But I've already had to make a lot of scheduling changes, of course, just after taking about 4 months off streaming, in fact, just due to conflicts that made it absolutely impossible. So I'm kind of in a rebuilding phase myself, just, you know, getting a regular schedule together again after many months off. And yeah, I'm not too distressed about it, to be honest. Let's see if we can do maybe one more, and then I'll definitely call it a stream. Majestic Oak. Amidst the breadth of the breeze, the breadth of the trees sway majestically. I kind of suspect this was built for Majestic Acorn, who is another great puzzle streamer. He kind of does an hour-long block of puzzles every weekday. And yeah, Grakowski levels. Grakowski can't often make my stream time anymore, and so it does mean that I have a lot to catch up on that he sometimes watches the videos of afterwards. 50 coins are going to be missing. We should have seen a little more of the entry room. Checkpoint just sets a bit of a timer and also allows you to skip the intro. Yeah, we eventually just need to go back through the other pipe. So it looks like we'll need to exit the door with the power of fire in order to destroy the ice blocks and just go through the pipe. Okay, fairly simple, I think. Let's see what else we need. We have a choice of power-ups here. We can jump up and grab S and B2, or we can grab Link. And there's a burner that allows me to take damage to exit any of the individual states. I also noticed that Link would be able to ground pound, maybe, depending on whether I can slip through the right side. Because it looks like I should probably just drop a bomb in there, in fact. SMB2 Mushroom is mostly useful for picking up the spring that is on the right side of the screen. And yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, I remember you telling me when you were back to work about a year ago, when you were checking in on this stream. But yeah, I have a lot of personal changes on my end anyway, such that the schedule I go back to is not going to be what it was before the pandemic. There are a lot of things that I have had to change in the meantime, so... Yeah, Grokowski Puzzle's always so unafraid to use room to just build aesthetic stuff like this massive tree. I haven't thought very hard yet about what to do with the seesaw. I think what I'll do... Oh, first of all, I know that this would actually lower the flower. I don't see why I would want to do that. Because it would raise the flower, yeah. Never mind, it would raise the flower, okay. That's great, because now we know how to do that. Let's see if the bomb fits in this location to the right. No, it doesn't. So, probably something else needs to get tossed in there. Either that, or SMB2 Mushroom is supposed to let me pick this up and position it. And yeah, definitely going to be a big adjustment, I think, for everybody who's in this streaming scene, or just in streaming in general, I think, just given how much of a scheduled pattern they created during the pandemic months. Going to be lots of changes, I think, just also in terms of the audience dynamics as well. I can't tap this. Can't get within bomb range either. I feel like SMB2 Mushroom might have to come first. Let me see about what I can do here. I do know that the on-off switch is going to be... I do know that SMB2 Mushroom is going to be necessary to get through the door. But here's the question. You've got this. If I am tall, if I'm a 2-tile high being, then I'm able to get up to the top. But not with something like a crouch jump. I would need to jump up and fire. I may actually have to log off before I can finish this one, in fact. But let me check, because I may actually be at the limit of how long I can stream today. Yeah, jumping is not going to be it. I feel like I can place an object, though. If I place an object here, using SMB2 Mushroom, for instance. Start over... Well, yeah, whatever. Checkpoint doesn't matter here. If I place an object there to stand on, using the SMB2 Mushroom, then I can bust down to fire. So let's just do this first. Get over here. Pick this up. Master Sword will be required to get me to Fire Flower. So let's grab this. Still don't really know what's going to go on with the on-off block to the right. But I feel like if I reset through a door... Yeah, at this point I have to have already hit the on-off switch, you can see. Also, this positioning was terrible. I need to position this a little further to the left. So I think I need to hit the on-off switch with Link for sure before I switch to any of the other powers. But we'll figure this out a little bit at a time. I just want to try some interactions first. Also, we haven't used the seesaw at all. And that might be important. Yeah, given the slope here, I don't know what's going to come down here. I feel like there has to be something like a bomb interaction, except I would need to figure out some way to dispense a bomb in there, possibly with SMB2, you know, dropping a spring. Don't know. Anyway, Link may have to go first and then. Because yeah, definitely I need to toggle the on-off switch. Oh, here's the issue then. I need either Link or SMB2 to get through the left. Also, I don't actually need the Fire Flower. I think the bomb can dispense with the ice blocks just fine. But I would need a particularly targeted throw in order to make that happen. No, I don't. I just need to drop a bomb on top of this location here. Let me test that theory. Let's test this, because if we drop on top of here, that just busts it down directly. No problem. And eventually I'll need to put something here to stand on, so I can do something like a crouch jump up there. But even so, even if I just have Link regularly, go SMB2 and then go Link. The only missing step right now is the on-off switch. I don't know what to do with that. And I feel like it must be something like using a spring to bounce a bomb down here. Or... yeah, I don't know if it'll ever fit. Actually. I don't see a way to make that happen. Could be something like dropping another object. Ah, no, I understand it. If you use the SMB2 mushroom to drop an object here, or alternatively, if you even just tap a power-up, maybe, to escort it all the way here using this. Like, that's what a seesaw would be for, right? Is that it would be able to raise something here, tap it, and you want to drop something in here such that it bumps the spring on its way down. And when it bumps the spring, it bumps the jump block. If it bumps the jump block, then that's going to dispense something that falls on top of the on-off switch. So we'll just need to think about what that is. Also notice that if I load something here, for example, if I load the Fire Flower here, I would be able to use Link's Stomp to project it anywhere I want. So, for instance, project it over here. I'm able to then stomp down here. Hang on. I want to project it upwards. The vine is in the way. But now you see how it goes. You're wondering what you need the burner for? I think the burner is, if you want to restart from checkpoint, you can just take damage. Also, the burner allows you to swap into a non-power-up state. And I don't know why we would want to do that yet, but... anyway. At this point I can tap this. I wonder if the Fire Flower can, in fact, go down and activate everything. There we go. It seems too likely not to be the case. Okay. The question, of course, now is how do we get the Fire Flower? And we don't need to get the Fire Flower, because if I am Link, I can bust through this stuff just fine. problem now is... I guess I needed SMB2 first. SMB2 first allows me to place a spring over here. If I have a spring over here, then coming here as Link... actually, no. I was originally thinking that it would be able to jump on top of one tile here, and then do a short jump over top. I can still do that, it's just that I can't bomb location afterwards. So I was thinking like this. That you would have something like that. Oh no. And then you would jump on top of it directly if you placed it better than I did over here. Okay. So let's start over. So yeah, Link can deal with the stumps and deal with the coin blocks the ice blocks rather, that are by the exit pipe. You think you see it? Yeah. Hopefully you do have it right. So no worries about working it out in your head if you are way ahead of me. So yeah, I think what's going to happen is that this placement needs to happen first, except obviously if I'm coming through here as Link as a one-tile thing, I would need the stump to, or rather I would need the spring to be located probably here, and it would be difficult to get on top of it. I feel like the whole interaction with getting the Fire Flower over to the bomb is completely correct. But that maybe there's something that can be improved with it. Like that, where if the Fire Flower comes down, it's still able to come back across. Okay. Now, though, I have a problem with being able to get in. But let's see what happens. Let's just map this out. I do not think this is the right solution, but I do think it's worth trying. Just to understand, because yeah, now I will have an issue with actually walking through because I don't have an object to stand on, but I want to see if I can reclaim the flower. I don't think I need the Fire Flower for anything, though. I think I only need the Fire Flower for activating the bottom. And so... And yeah, Electrodude has been pretty interesting. We got through 7 out of 9 parts of Funked Super World. And we then presented a solution to one of the unsolved escape rooms last week, and then I'm now just finishing up with 1 or 2 Grukowski puzzles before I log off, just as a bit of a dessert, yes. So I hope you're going well on your side as well. Yeah, I don't think I need the flower for anything, so I don't know that this interaction is going to be useful. And I don't think it is. But let's just see what happens when I do the bumper positioning there, because I feel like a bomb is just going to walk out on me. Okay. Yeah, it's just going to walk out and not hit a thing. So yeah, definitely don't want to drop the spring over there, though. Yeah, Electrodude, hope the building has been going well and that the lukewarm ocean is heating up. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we just need to get the sequence here. The thing we need the SMB2 mushroom for is to have some kind of pedestal to step on, such that Link is able to land on something to then make the next jump. I feel like it's going to be difficult for Link to get in that position regardless. That's a weird jump arc to do. But that maybe this is the right idea. Because if I take that, then the question is, can I jump up as Link? Almost. Like, I'd want to jump into that slot, basically. It's not quite in the right position for that. You can see how if we're just a little further to the right, it would have given me the position. Yeah, you see, that's the position I want. I want to be able to land on top of it. Because if I get that, then everything else has been resolved. And of course with that, spring positioning is not going to be the most convenient. There we go. Like that. So that's what I want to do at the end of the puzzle. I want to break everything else first. But that's a proof that it can be done. And so we'll break everything else with Link. And it's all really that I need to do. Okay, lift the flower. And yeah, so going better than some of the previous puzzle streams, in fact, from other weeks. Because lately I've been taking on some pretty hard stuff. But it's been teaching me a few interesting interactions in the engine, though, that wasn't clear on previously. I love that deflection at the end. It's not something that you would necessarily infer from the artwork. It's working so reliably. Anyway, that's going to do that. Also love how the presence of the ice coin blocks is actually a bit of a red herring. Okay, now we need to do this thing. Position's not great, but I saw earlier that I was able to do it. There we go. Okay. Oh, here's a problem. Holding up... I need to hold up in order to spawn a bomb. Possibly I need to spawn a bomb before I go through the door. Yeah, because Link should be able to carry bombs through doors, right? Interesting little exit troll. Or interesting little punishment for bring it back out, rather. Okay, let's try to get a slightly different position on this time. Just to make it a little bit more convenient. I mean, that was doable. That's pretty much the same thing. Okay, fine. Flying over the door is problematic if I don't already have a bomb. I feel like I need to spawn a bomb first and then take it through the door. I hadn't thought about how Divine would affect my ability to bomb, actually. I definitely can't take the flower through. I feel like 100% the flower has to be the thing that drops on the right side. And I don't really see an alternative to that. Okay. Drop this. And drop this. Okay. And up we go. I love how, despite all the different positioning that you can get on a tree, the tree works very, very reliably. Okay. Dump this. And it's true that I haven't used a burner for anything useful. That's just something I'm thinking about. Yeah. And I think this will be right as long as I do already hold the bomb going into the door. Okay. No, the bomb disappears, okay. Okay, never mind that then. I have to rethink this. Yeah, because I guess I do need fire. If I do need fire, then... Ah, no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. We can do the whole thing without the Master Sword. We should in fact bump the Master Sword out of the tree. Here's how we do it. Oh, except... no, because I need the Master Sword in order to grab the Fire Flower by bombing that location. Well, I don't know if I like that. Curious. So it looks like I actually do need Fire Flower. To get through the right side, unless, of course, there's something that would get within bomb range. I don't think anything will. Well, the plot thickens. Let's see here. Let's see what I can do with this guy. I feel like I can do a lot with him. And we'll just do that again. I still have a problem here, which is how do I get the flower? And moreover, I can't stomp this anywhere, which is a problem. Do I need to stomp this? Maybe not. Oh, whoops. Curious. Very curious. Yeah, because dropping the spring isn't going to be the thing I do. I can, of course, just move it. Then I won't have a way to get up top. Over here. Maybe there is something going on with the burner that I don't know about. Or something else I can do to... Yeah, previously I had spawned the bomb over to the right while blocking off the flower. Oh, you know what? Here's one thing I can do. Drop this spring on top of the flower. Except I don't think that's going to do what I want, because then I still have trouble getting out of this position. Unless there's anything that's going to be within range here, which I doubt. Yeah, that vine at the end really is a nuisance, unless there's something I'm missing. Let's see about this. There we go. Okay. So let's say I go flower first, and let's say I try to recover the flower afterwards by dropping a spring on top of it. Yeah, I can't just avoid picking up the Master Sword, I just need to recover the flower somehow. Problem with dropping a spring on top of it, I can already tell you what it is. It's going to be Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be that I need to spring in order to get up on top of this, even if I am 2 tiles high. I need some object to stand on. Okay. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. But yeah. I may not be able to finish this one before I have to go, but we'll see about that. Okay, drop this. And let's do it carefully this time. I mean, if the burner is useful for something, the burner would be able to transform me from the sort of tier 2 power-ups back to Super Mario. I don't see how that's useful yet. But also get me out of Link, if I need to be out of Link for some reason. Okay. So let's just bomb this quickly. And then let's see what happens when I do an object drop. Also, here's one thing I can do. Is I'm able to recover this at any time. By picking it up again and chucking it. And I'm also able to grab the stump. Now that I no longer have Link. I can do this. Grab the stump and come out. Now the stump can now serve this function, while the spring can serve a different function of ejecting the flower. There we go. Magic. Except I forgot to place the stump accordingly. Let's do that first. Now, yeah. Placing the stump allows me to get up to the flower. There we go. Different to what you had in mind. Okay, you can tell me what your intention was afterwards. You see, on a previous attempt, I already had tried to fit the spring through here, and I saw that it did go. This slope is very interesting in terms of what it controls. So Link bombs can't go through here. But Fire Flower and the spring apparently can, and so it was a little bit of trial and error to just figure out what would go in that slot, and I guess putting the two ideas together was all I really needed to do. There we go. And sure, we'll go around and get the one up. Love the way the flag is disguised. So yeah, beautifully decorated and architected puzzle from Grokowski as always. And I think this will be a great way to finish. So thank you everybody for joining me, for sticking around so long, and for, of course, everybody who came in later as well. Very productive stream, some things that are still unfinished business for a future puzzle stream. But in the meantime, we still have a regular schedule for the time being of viewer levels on weekends and Scrabble streams on Wednesdays. Which for some of you would be Thursday very, very early morning or overnight. And yeah, we've been doing puzzles fairly regularly in this slot week to week though, and I'm hoping to continue that for as long as I can. Additional information, as always, will be posted in the Discord. With that aside, I'll see if it is worthwhile to scan around for a raid with the dwindling audience we have left. But in the meantime, that is going to be all from my side. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good morning to afternoon now, I guess. Or perhaps even a good night, wherever you are. So, thank you once again for dropping by, and fare thee well.